Good morning. We're live here on Tuesday morning, November 12th. And we're not going to be opening our meeting for another half hour because our first meeting was canceled this morning. And so we'll come into session at 8:30 this morning. Thank you. Sweet. Are you ready? You want us to sign it here today?
I do.
Okay, this is policy 1600. The recording was a little slow. Policy 1600 has been reviewed and we are ready to sign its purchasing policy.
And
Now,
there are 3 sections to the.
Yep, I know. I'm looking.
you talk to
I'm
Tom.
looking to see, because
She's still going to look through it and maybe we'll make some adjustments again later, but we need to get this one.
Yes, that
In
is,
its
that
current
is the
form.
intent, yes.
Yeah, I thought everything, I thought he covered everything that
Sign
we
here, can take action.
had decided on.
Cora is right there, so leave it here. Well, thank you for getting this. It's been a long time coming.
Yes. Thanks.
Gina, did you do it?
No.
Oh, just how you said it.
The number of times that we hear people complain about policies, I appreciate, I mean, this moment is like.
You said that, like, thank you to Cora. I put it together and you took the credit.
Oh, no.
One last.
One
Well,
more.
let's just celebrate that. Yay!
Okay, next item.
I'm sure we have some shirts or something to celebrate.
No, just a fake that one.
No,
I will get a copy.
I believe that our seatmate will want to sign that as well. Is that, you'll call him for a stamp or what will you do?
I can do that. Yep.
We signed it in a meeting, he wasn't here, so yeah, I don't know, hopefully he joins in.
Okay, another item for signature today is a Teamster correction settlement. This is having to do with holiday or December 24th, dating back to 2021. Is that accurate? Yes. Board has discussed this. There's one for each, one for the county original and one for the union. Sign one.
This is the correction. I'm sorry, I was writing down the pay. There's a correction for
It's a corrections.
Holiday day
and
holiday.
Teamster holiday.
in December 24th, December 2024, to December 2021, or 2021 too. Danny's taking notes. In case we lose ours, we'll ask Danny. Danny, our computer froze up, we lost all our minutes. What do yours look like?
I'll also reach out for Rob on this one.
I mean, he should be here, so I just keep thinking he's gonna be rolling in here in a minute.
Thank you. Tyler update number 3. We met with the product owner last week. He did, we had, was it an hour meeting? We went over our list of concerns and
With the product owner?
yes.
You mean like top dog owner of the company?
Each module has its product owner, so he is in charge of the development team. So in the app, for example, the application that we're struggling so much with and not being able to print it out, it would be him and his team. He owns that project. So he has moved it up for the fix, hopefully. He said about 4 to 5 weeks. That would put us mid-December. In the meantime, we do have a workaround. TS has been very helpful. Keith has been very helpful in helping us get an application that we can attach to the Tyler system and be able to actually print it out. So we have something to forward to hiring managers. Anything you want to add?
Last time we talked with you, you guys were ready to throw out the bucket, the baby, the bones, the chicken, everything.
It still might happen.
It still might happen.
Oh, and the bathwater.
And the bathwater, it all goes out at one time. Like I said, we had the meeting last week. He emailed us back with hopefully a resolution by the end of the year. And if that does not happen, then we'll be moving on to a different product.
And when you say we, does that mean you guys are gonna kind of like go like this from Tyler and accounting and everybody will stay with Tyler, but you guys are gonna go to a product that will work for you?
Yes,
And it won't be integrated with this system, but they still have a product that works.
And you're saying that you will do that with recruitment. You're pretty much, I mean, the HRIS system is Tyler, because that's what's gonna connect in with payroll.
yes.
So there'll still be HR functions, just not that
Module,
part.
yeah, recruitment will be in a different.
And then hopefully there's an easy interface between wherever you would go in that software so that there's not duplicate data entry.
Right.
That'd be key.
That'd be a pain.
It's what we live with now.
More pain right now.
Yeah.
And in a perfect world, it will all work out, but it has definitely been a challenge. And then number 4, schedule, just wanted to remind the board that I am on vacation the next 2 weeks, starting next Monday. Gina will be.
Going fishing up in Canada again?
No, we're taking a trip to Utah. Fun. She'll bring any items to the board for our meeting, rolling out. And then my final item is risk coordinator. Did you review?
I think you said Shane had had something to add on. That was the last I'd seen. Was that an old email? I'll look at it later. I'll look at it
Yeah,
now.
I don't know if I.
Okay.
When did he send it?
Oh, I thought you sent it out. Maybe I'm looking at an old one.
I sent the email to you, to the
Last
board
week.
to review, yeah,
I thought, okay.
but I haven't seen one from Shane.
Oh,
I'll go
no.
back.
No, I thought you mentioned it. He didn't mention it. Okay. I'm probably I was probably reading all of it from I don't know. Okay.
If you need it and ready to move forward, then I can do cost.
Okay, when I looked at it, I thought it looked good. Thank you for doing that.
I'm gonna go ahead and say that I reviewed it. I saw the title page and forgot to read it.
Okay, we can bring it back next week.
Well, now I'm trying
I
to figure out, I
apologize.
wonder if I read an older one, because Shane had some additions like a long time ago. Okay,
Cause yeah, Shane had
Okay.
sent a draft that he had, for examples. that you had worked off of. I sent you a bunch of
Let me
other
follow up on
ones,
that just to
and
make
then
sure.
combine duties.
I apologize to
No
Cora.
worries. No worries.
Frankly, my mind has been on comp plan amendments in a 4-hour
Yeah, that's
session this afternoon.
a big book.
Let me make sure that I did,
I will click as well.
Put that latest.
I'm gonna look up this and just make sure.
November 6th, I sent a draft and I had highlighted items that were additions to the
November
job
6th. Okay,
description
I think
that-
I was reading an older one. Okay, when I was, okay.
What date did you send out the draft?
November
November
6th.
6th. The 6th.
November 6th, because I have a date modified one draft that's November. November 4th. This is not it. Okay, let me find
Would you
that.
like me to resend it?
Let me look here. Don't give up on me yet. I'll prove to you that somehow I am organized.
Okay, I think it was the last. Okay, I don't know what I was thinking. Shane, it was probably an older one I was reading through. Here.
One is, you guys are good with the function and duties of the position. I can work on comps and get you a figure. That's what I have.
I am moving it right now from the email to my file for risk coordinator draft.
So I think yes, so I guess you can wait, get an email from Danny if he doesn't give you one here shortly. And then have you received anything from Rob? Okay, try to get Rob to.
I will do my best to get through this in the next couple of days and get you a response. And in all reality, I trust you guys and your knowledge about job descriptions, and having looked through others more than I trust my own judgment on this. I trust that you're putting together a good thing. So I will review it real quickly, probably to get my general thoughts. And we just, it looked like to me as I was looking through it, there was a lot of work on there for a guy. I'm not sure that I would want to apply for that position. A guy or gal, yeah. I just was, whoa, this is
Well, there are
a
people
lot of work.
that are actual risk managers and that's what they do.
And the requirements for the education portion, I was going, whoa, okay. This isn't gonna be Johnny off the street who wants to just, I wanna help you guys stay out of trouble.
Yes.
This is,
Asked for
so I did look at it that much, but.
specific education.
So we do have, we have risk managers that are hired at clear risk. I mean, they literally are, they have the training in the background. I had no idea. They're like, oh, there is, well, emergency management. It did not exist prior to Katrina, or Hurricane Katrina.
Right.
So now we have emergency management. It's a natural
So-
disaster, so it happens.
My apologies that I blew you off, Dakota.
No worries.
For the record.
For the record, I did look at all those things, but I did not read it word for word.
Fair enough.
No, it's pretty, yeah, we kind of put a couple together and I think there
But
was just a couple
for the
things that
record, I
added.
have a lot of trust in you too, so.
Well, thank you.
And I can't remember what the ones I wanted to add, but no, thank you for putting that together. Yeah, it's almost like a department, not a position, it's a department.
Yeah,
Used to be.
it will be a very thorough position.
First thing the risk coordinator will ask us for is an assistant.
I need 3 employees to carry out everything.
Yeah,
So they work with HR.
yes.
And I can see where HR, because
PA's
of
office,
the,
HR.
I see the connection. We're just kind of thinking more of the insurance factor, but ADA.
Yep.
Well, that is it.
That is it.
Okay, it's 9:45. We are in recess until 10 o'clock when we meet with Superior Court for their monthly update.
I'll tell you when you're a go. You're a go.
All right.
Good morning, it is
Hello.
10:01. We are here with the Superior Court, with Crystal for our monthly update. Welcome. And this meeting is recorded and will be on YouTube.
Okay, so I haven't met with you in a while. You clearly are aware that our case management system is down right now, which is challenging and a little bit of a fiasco. So we've been very busy trying to deal with that. We have no idea when it's going to be back up. We've been informed probably not this week. So we're very unsure of when we are going to have that back up and going. So that's created a lot of complications. Thankfully, the clerk has been great with having backups to have dockets, and we're doing what we can for the time being. So that's our biggest challenge that we have right now.
Have you had to cancel cases or delay cases or anything
Thankfully,
yet?
no. And that is the good news with having a paper file still. There's counties out there that are paperless and they're completely shut down.
I believe District Court has some issues, is having some issues.
Okay. Yeah, so we are very grateful. We're unaware right now if we are maybe missing some things that, human error. Maybe some things weren't written down. So if it wasn't written down on paper, we might have missed it. We're hoping that's not going to be the case, but we just don't know at this point. But right now, we're able to have court. We're getting through what we can. We have not had to cancel anything. Long term, if this goes on for weeks or months, I don't know. I don't know if that's going to affect us in the long
You
run.
may say that it was a hack. Was it a,
They're
Why?
saying it's a security breach, and they're being very close-mouthed as to what that entails and what it means. That's all they're sharing, is a security breach. It's been a mess.
Somebody wants their court file cleaned up.
Yes. They are assuring us that nothing has been lost, so it should all be there once we're back up and running.
it's going to cause quite a bit of work of catch up once our clerk's office, once it gets back up and running.
Absolutely.
Your office and the clerk's office are going to have a lot of catching up to do to get cases back into the system, right?
Yes. Yeah. Because you could say there could be hundreds of filings a day. It just depends. So it could be a lot of work to get caught up depending on how long this continues to go. So that's our biggest issue that we're dealing with right now.
Sounds like a pretty big one.
Yes, but again, very grateful to have a paper file and backups and that we're still able to have court and not cancel anything right now. So,
Tom shared with us some temporary fixes he was working on for your office
Yes.
noise
yes.
canceling situation.
He had someone come in and do a sound test. Gosh, that's been quite a while. I don't know what's going on from there. I know that Kevin had shared a couple of the options they had to fix it, but I haven't heard anything since then. So I don't know if they're moving forward with that or what they're doing.
Yeah, I haven't heard anything either from that time, but I thought it was more of a technological potential tech addition to make sure that prying ears or whatever couldn't hear what was going on in the next room.
Yes, yes.
White
And
noise, something.
And they had talked about putting them down, not just our hallway, down the chambers in my office, but also where the other two judges are on the other side, because there's also issues with the jury rooms being right there. And when a jury's in there, you can
Elevator
actually
music.
hear,
Oh.
you can hear if the jury is loud when they're deliberating, you can hear what's going on in there. So I think if we do go down this road, it will be a solution that will fix more than one issue, hopefully. So that will be nice.
Okay.
It sounds like on that, we don't really have a whole lot, so we'll let you get back to your
Okay. I know, it's just been a
whole
mess.
situation.
I know, I
over
just
there.
ran over here, not prepared, not with a notebook or
No, we're good,
anything.
we're good.
It's been a little bit nuts over there. So,
Good luck.
thank
Hopefully
you.
it'll settle down.
yes, we're hopeful too, and all we can do is just take it a day at a time and hope it gets back up and running soon.
I'm kind of rolling my eyes about the fact that I knew about this last week, so there's a whole week. And now they're talking about another week, and I'm like going, wow, the administrative office of the courts have that, aren't on top of that technologically enough to get it fixed faster than that.
They are saying that they are working around the clock on it, which makes me think whatever the security breach was very large and massive. And I'm not sure if we're ever gonna really know whatever occurred.
There'll be a
So,
movie about it in about 5 years. And we're like,
Probably
we were
so.
part of that.
yes, yeah. So, we'll see where this goes. Apparently something similar happened in LA within the last few years, and they were down for 7 months. So I'm just hopeful that that's not gonna be the case here, because I'm not sure what we would do at that point. It would just be a nightmare.
Go back to old school.
Mm-hmm, yes.
So have you guys talked to TS about, in the meantime, is there a secure management of those files until they'll be reintroduced into the AOC system? Is there?
So thankfully, we have a separate imaging system, which is Laserfish. So we're still able to get in and look at all documents and case files, everything that was linked prior to this happening. It's just that the clerk can't link anything since Odyssey has happened, because the way that they do it is they put things on the system and link it all at once. So that's where the standstill is. So we do have a secure platform that's local, which is Laserfish, for everything that was
You
filed.
can't upload any to them.
Anything new.
Okay.
Mhm.
You can upload new things to Laserfish, our local.
We could.
You can't upload
yes.
anything new to their system.
Yes, which I think is what the standstill is, that why even do that at this point? Because then we're very much gonna get confused of what needs to be put on the system and linked if we put things in Laserfish that's not in Odyssey, so it's just not being done right now, which makes sense.
Yeah.
Do it all at once we're able to have access to Odyssey
Yeah,
again.
oh boy, they can't remember what.
Right? Yes, yeah.
Somebody falling through the cracks.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's just the biggest fear of what is going to be, lost or not found, and hopefully nothing, but if it's something, hopefully we can locate it. So everyone's definitely working hard to make sure that that doesn't happen and doing what we need to do to just get through each day and still have court. So.
Well, good luck. Power through
Thank
that.
you.
Yeah,
Yes.
It's almost the holidays.
I know. We're getting there day by day. Mhm.
Okay, well, if that is it, we'll be back to the rest of your meeting time here. It's 10:09. We are in recess until 10:30 when we meet with our Administrative Director of Organizational Services.
kick us on.
Good morning. It is 10:31. We are here for our weekly update with Kirk Esslinger, who is an administrative director of organizational services, and he is here for his weekly update. And this meeting is recorded and will be available on YouTube.
You're getting used to your spiel, so.
Now I gotta tell everybody.
So I had sent an email to the board, and to get some direction, or at least whether there was any problem with moving forward with TS working on email accounts and network access. And both of you had given me a thumbs up that it made sense, so I will be working with them. And again, for the record, that is important because as we move on to the full-blown Tyler Tech experience, employees will need to have an account on the system, which would require a work email, so that they can do their time and attendance, put in their time, their work hours, also that they can go on to self-serve, look up information about themselves, keep track of their own addresses and data, and get copies of their payroll documents. So that will be, there'll be a little bit of a cascade coming from this because historically the number of accounts you had may have impacted what you were being charged. So there'll be some of those things of whether it's a base rate or not. Some people just have not really felt it was necessary, and historically, for volunteers, it's been a struggle in the time I've been here to let people know HR needs to know all bodies. If file cabinet my examples, file cabinet falls on you, hurts your leg, and we're getting paperwork for an L&I, and we respond, we don't know who this person is, it just doesn't do us well. What will end up pulling all that together and be nice with the Tyler system will be that for the first time, we will have the ability to put everyone on the system. So if a department has a volunteer, we will have them there. They will be able to track their time there, which we need for L&I. So it'll all come together nicely. But the one piece that was missing was that email, an account for those people.
Public Works, because some of their employees don't have, they were supposed to all get email
Correct.
account. Did they?
I don't know, because it hasn't it hasn't come up in this issue,
Okay.
but yeah, the
Because,
last
well,
time
it
we
sounds
talked
like
about it
their
was.
supervisor still enters hours in, the employees do
yeah.
not.
Yeah, well, and part of that was hours. The other part of that was just that they would have access to employee data, because it's another philosophical thing saying we post a lot of information on our intranet. And if you have employees that say, well, you don't really need a computer except for all these important things we tell you and won't remember to tell you if we don't give you access, then they take responsibility for that. It was supposed to, but that will get audited back as it comes through, so. And Joe did say, I was talking with Keith about it, and then Joe responded back and said that there may be some, purchase issues in, how many slots they have, whatever. And all I said was, well, this isn't something that needs to be solved tomorrow. We just needed to move forward. And as new people come in, what will then happen is with that account, then their badge, their key, everything is set up and the technology comes together. So
Do you know what the percentage of employees in the county don't have a county email?
The majority,
1%?
it's not a huge percent. I mean, with the Public Works road crews used to not have them. They were supposed to have them, and I don't know. DCL didn't have them, and that was a cost issue also. But at the time we were doing Public Works, we also addressed DCL, so they were supposed to start getting them. It came up most recently, Larissa brought it up because she was working to get the badge set up for Superior Court's new bailiff. And in that conversation, the department said they need email, which they probably did not for what they have, but that just brought all the conversation to say, if we have people coming in who are either hourly or casual or seasonal or all those things, they're also going to need to, because the system is the record. So.
So if a person comes in and they're a seasonal,
Mhm.
then that email is canceled when they're done with their seasonal work?
Well, I think Jim McKiernan, like the fair advisory,
Mhm.
sometimes he's given them email address, so when they're reaching out to others, you know, instead of my personal email, you do have a county email as you're looking for donations. It's just a little more credible.
Yeah.
When you're reaching out, like
Yeah.
I'm on behalf of the fair.
Yeah.
Great
And
county.
I believe the expense, I mean, Joe would be the one to talk about that, but you can set up a billion of them. It's how many you activate at a time. So if someone leaves and it's deactivated, and they come back next season and activate it, that's all gonna be fine. We don't have to pay with it during the interim, we just pay for what's active. at that
Well,
moment.
on an email address, does everybody still have access to the Microsoft Office suite? Is that necessary?
Not necessarily.
Because I think some, if you're road crew, you probably don't need
Yes, yeah.
so much a month, $20
Correct.
a month.
I mean, the main things that we would want for in my opinion, to be the base for all employees would be, you need access to time and attendance and the employee self-service, that's one thing. The other is we want you to have access to whatever web materials we have for employees. Beyond that, if they don't need suite, they shouldn't have the suite. I think they can mix and match and monitor their costs that way, so. Tyler, Dakar was here, Dakar gave you that update, which is good. They did a very good job. I mean, Holly did a good job of saying, we have to, at this point, talk to someone who can tell us you're hearing and what you're hearing. So we got to the right people. It was a little frustrating, and there was a little bit of, oh, well, now that we know, and I want to go, if no one's been telling you, you guys got worse problems than us, but that's, held up on that part. But they heard very clearly, the biggest problem we have is X. And they came back within a few days and said, yep, we've been working on that. We will move it forward for you. The soonest we can do it is December 15th. And then said, more meetings, let's talk more about stuff that comes up. And so at that point, I've responded back to Holly and said, well, let's go. I mean, we can't wait. That will help something, but we still have problems right now we need to work through. So we're scheduled to hit them again tomorrow and then start working on stuff. So if it's not the optimal way to have it done, but if they, Holly and I are still, I think, I told Decorah, whenever you make your decision, I'm gonna back your decision because you're the one that has to live with this. There's still a part that Holly and I share saying, we hope we can get this together just because the synergy of the systems is such a benefit. But they are really at the crunch point to be able to prove to us they care enough to get these things in order and go. And then we might be doing fine. But again, that is just recruitment. The connectivity of what's considered HRIS, Human Resources Information Systems, is the employee data. We still have that database. Yeah. The thing that will be true though is the other potential whistles and bells they may have. Definitely going to test those suckers really carefully before anyone thinks we're gonna they have a benefit enrollment system, which again, it would be nice if when we do open enrollment, everything's in the system. We don't have to add anything at all, but once bitten, twice shy. They're gonna have to prove it to us and bring in some testimonials of someone that uses it before Decorah will pull the rug from under Larissa.
I was a little concerned about this number that I saw expended for the ERP system on the last vouchers was $106,000. And I was going, shouldn't we be like holding back on paying these guys for them to get on board? Or was this like a bribe to move forward? Do you know anything about it?
I have no involvement with that part of the contracting.
Yeah, I was just like, maybe I should talk to Mandy about it.
Yeah.
Mandy, we're not real satisfied with Tyler Tech right now, and it bothers me that we just sent him $107,000.
Yeah. Yeah. And the other thing I brought with them is because we've heard that Grace Harbor County has withheld payment for some services there. We know that Benton County is utilizing their recruitment and have had different problems than us. So, part of it is kind of like, I pressed to say, it's not a very big state. These are our peers. You have to engage with us so that we know, because otherwise what I'm going to have is someone who talks to Grace Harbor County and comes in and talks to the board, and suddenly you guys look stupid and I look stupid because we didn't disclose anything. So I've sent them out to say, you got to figure out your talking points without us getting involved in your relationship with another county. You have to tell us enough so that the board is in the loop for how they're spending money for solutions. And the new project manager, she is sharp. She is on top of things, and I think our experience would have been immensely different. And I think that the problems that we experienced for recruitment, she would have dived in obviously earlier than the guy who never dived in, and so different world. That being said, I'm still of the same viewpoint. I gave them this viewpoint. They will put things out that their own ICs don't really talk favorably about. That got their attention. Their eyes went wide with that. I said, I've been told, I don't know why you're using that. That's not ready to be used. Because it's published and we were told it's working. Maybe not, just different small things.
Yeah.
So they have their issues. I still am of the opinion, I haven't seen anything or heard anything from the financial side to lead me to believe that we're going to have the same issues. I think that's their bread and butter. It's very well defined. They've recently done a revamp to recruitment, which I think is necessary, and it's going to improve it in the end. But I think since they already had clients, they rushed it to market, and they weren't smart enough to say, I don't know if you want to start with that one. But we're keeping pressure on them. And Holly, I am very thankful that the decision was made to bring in our own project manager, because we would be, we wouldn't be able to get into the inside and figure this out without her experience. So good.
There's been some confusion about the monthly updates. Can you help us get our calendars? I mean, I realize I only have 2 months maybe of updates left, but if you could help straighten out our calendars so we know if, does this be the one that they want the BOCC at, or is this just one they're doing?
Yeah, and we talked about that at Thursday's update, and found out that in how Holly's technology and the county technology are working, it's not always taking old things off the calendar. So we have to make sure we have a step of verification for that. So I think I'll double check with Barb on what is there. Well, actually, I can look at it and see if we can straighten that out. We had a whole bunch of people confused on Thursday, and Keith was present and helped talk through what was going wrong.
I didn't access it that day. I didn't think that was our meeting. So
yeah.
So I'm just like,
it would be nice
just
if
put on my calendar.
The only thing on the commissioner's calendar was the one they were invited to, and not
right.
I'll do a double check to see if she's gotten that straight.
Because I want to be in those meetings and be of any help or that I can.
And I think it's nice. I mean, you listened to one last week and
The week before.
at some point.
Yeah, I think it was looking at.
And I think it's helpful to get some of what that is, and that was that kind of a meaty one that you were involved in. It felt good to have a commissioner there listening in real time as to what was happening. So
Yeah, one time I was in it recently and they were talking about some additional thing that was gonna have to be done, and I'm going, okay, so I'm gonna voice the commissioner situation here. What's it gonna cost us?
Yeah.
You know, what's the financial obligation is, and that's when it came out that Holly's KOA was not gonna charge us any extra for this work.
Yeah,
which
and
is
we
good
have
knowledge.
confirmed with Tyler also that there were enough contract hours put into that contract that in our redeployment, we are not anticipating any expense coming. I have heard Holly tell the people, the folks that were on the meeting last week saying that, this is what we really need. Here's the problem. Decorah is going to need to be making a choice soon as to whether this can work for her or whether she steps away entirely. And if we do, we will be having a conversation about adjustments to the contract. So she's already got the placeholder in there to say, no, we can't pay for a doorstop. There'll be a conversation, but some of that motivation and the person who sold it to us was on that call, which was good for them to do also, because she got the feedback also, what we're told and then what we experienced. And we've got
A good deal.
we haven't gotten Mr. Muniz himself, you know, there is one, but pretty close, so. I would like, if I could, to ask for a 5-minute executive session. And I guess it will be under employee performance. It's dealing with me and health and all that kind of stuff.
And Rob, on his way, he was gonna stop at Development Services for a little bit, so I was hoping he would be here. Okay, on
Maybe 1G.
11, 12, 24, so 1:40, 11, 10:48 to 10, or 10:53. Gosh, I can't even write 10. Okay, and it'll be 42, 30, 110, 1G. Okay.
Commissioners, it is 10:53.
We are out of executive session. We are going to go back into executive session for another 5 minutes. So it'll be 10:53 to 10:58. Again, RCW 4231-10-1G. No decision was made. We're going back into executive session.
Commissioners, it is 10:59.
Well, I will say that I'm sorry that I won't apologize, but I am sorry that freaks you out. But I know that I'm doing the right thing.
Absolutely.
But I also gonna miss all the people that I've learned to work with
And
here.
entertained you over the last 4 years.
Yeah.
It's gonna be different.
Yeah.
Okay, it's 11 o'clock. We are out of this meeting and we are rolling into the update with Tom Gaines, Central Services, his weekly update. Weekly or monthly?
Sophie, I think.
Do you not answer your Jabber or your cell phone?
Today?
Yeah.
No.
Okay, I've been in here, whatever.
I've been serving at the pleasure of the board.
Serve it up.
How are you?
I'm okay, how are you?
Good morning, gentlemen.
Okay, we are still on. This is our update with Tom Gaines, Central Services. This meeting is recorded and is available on YouTube.
Good morning, commissioners.
Morning.
Hopefully everybody had a good weekend. Good.
I didn't get nothing done.
I got a lot done yesterday. The courthouse was empty, so it was a great day working at the courthouse. Because it was quiet. So.
It was.
It was. So Joe, just starting with GCTS. Joe, John, Keith, and Evan have all graduated from the Cyber Leadership Academy. Joe is sending me a schedule for the rest of the team for 2025. This is excellent professional development, help the entire staff as we plan on keeping them here kind of for a long time. So it's really nice to get that done. It's been very helpful. And facilities, we're still looking for a new landscaper. Our other one decided to quit. He went to a doctor and discovered some things and decided he didn't want to work anymore. So we're looking for a new landscaper. Michael, Abel, and Kevin, myself, all graduated last week from NACO's High Performance Leadership course, so it's really nice to be done with that. Thank you again for the support. We look forward to sending more people to that course next year. John Brissy and Andy Booth also graduated. The acoustic coating will start going into the courthouse next week. And Kevin is just on his way back from Heartline where he was working on the heat and got the heat back on for one of the buildings up there. But they're waiting on some parts. It needs a new board to keep it going. Moving on to the fairgrounds. Well, this is going to go quickly. All of the year-end capital projects that we requested, the board signed off on a few weeks back have been completed, except for the delivery of the eco blocks. Some have been delivered. The rest are on their way. It's just ongoing. We put in a rebate application to the PUD for the lights that were purchased. One of those projects was the exhibit building lighting, and it was $16,000 for all of the lights. We're doing that ourselves over the winter. We're going to receive a rebate of $5,700 from the PUD for the energy we're saving by using those lights.
All at once, one big check?
Yep.
Cool.
Well, no, it'll be a bill rebate, so you'll see it on we won't get a utility bill on one of the meters until it catches up. So, but regardless, it's still
$5,000.
almost 6, yeah. So that's great. Nothing significant on the jail. Cruise control is going really well. Lots of walls going up. The transition team from the jail is very engaged. We're answering a lot of questions right currently. One of the big questions we have right now is on some kitchen equipment. And we're trying to work through that, but otherwise it's going well. So, I mean, I'm knocking on wood. So I sent an email. I sent you a subsequent email this morning. I sent an email to Carol Lewis asking about the offer for the coroner's office. And
I hear that she was appointed superintendent now.
wow, that's great. So, I mean, congratulations. I don't say that. I don't mean that in a flippant like that. But so she sent me back an email saying the notice for receiving bids on the property is going out to the paper tomorrow. It's like, well, so did you not accept, I mean, I sent you the offer, an official offer from the county. And I said, so am I supposed to understand then that the offer was not accepted and that we're supposed to just bid on it with everybody else? I think it's ridiculous. I'm just, the way the school board, the way the school is doing this.
I think they're just in a financial situation. They're gonna take the highest dollar. They don't really care right now. They're in a,
Well, if they don't really care, they should probably care.
well, but that's how I feel. I know you've
I
spent a
understand
lot of
that. I
time, but I
understand
think
that.
they're,
We have availed ourselves to that school district to try and help them.
When you're making an offer on
And we don't even get communication back
correct
from them.
zoned price amount too. I mean, a private individual would never buy that property zoned how it is at a commercial value. It's not possible.
I'm gonna stop there. So I sent the board a follow-up email this morning with thoughts on that. CS HR building is taking longer than expected to put together. We've had to deal with some unexpected structural issues, that being said.
What building?
The
Dennis building?
Yeah, the Dennis building, but we have done a lot of value engineering on this in the interim. I should have everything I need to go out to bid by the end of this week or early next week to get that thing done. But in our efforts to value engineer, our remodel costs are down to about $185 to $200 per square foot. So we're not looking at $300 or $400 a square foot on this. So we have done really well in trying to make it as inexpensive as possible. It's taken us a long time to get there, but we are getting there. With that, the only other thing I'd like to update on is the meeting tomorrow, but I would want to go into an executive session to discuss that. And this meeting, of course, is about real estate sales and acquisitions.
Do you need me to vacate, Tom?
What's that?
Do you need me to vacate?
so we will go into executive session for how long? 10 minutes? Start with 10?
Yeah.
From 10:06 to 10:16, real estate acquisition, RCW 4230, 110, 1B. All right, 106 to 116.
Do you have to get that at all?
Danny?
Commissioners, it is 11:16.
We're pushing the timing boundary on that. So,
We are out of executive session. It is 11:16. No decisions were made.
and so I'm gonna circle back to the NACO Leadership Academy. I know that Decorah Anderson and Amanda Kim are gonna be attending in 2025. I think Philip Coates is gonna go. I'd like to send Chris Turner to this. Jeff Hughes, who is now our maintenance lead for Renew. And I didn't know if the board wanted to entertain sending Barb to this,
Is this to the class or the conference?
to the class for the high performance leadership course.
Does she want to attend?
Well, I haven't approached her to add, I mean, I've told her about it somewhat and, but I didn't know.
This one is what, January to March?
Yeah, well, it starts in January or April. They have 4 different start dates, so. January, April, September, and November.
It's about 4 hours a week.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, he's going through it right now, so.
Yeah.
You,
It's a little more than that.
yeah,
It's
and
probably 6.
you're gonna get out of it what you put into it,
Yeah, you can just go through and check off that you did everything.
yeah. But you,
But if you don't do your cohort groups or your breakout groups are about an hour to an hour and a half.
Yeah.
And then every Friday's 30 minutes to an hour. And then the classes are probably an hour at least per day, or you can do them all in one day.
that's hard.
Yeah, I do that once in a while.
It's a lot to do in one day.
I know I kept falling asleep when I was in my tent. I'm like, so I'm a week behind probably, but.
But it's something for you to consider and, you have a commissioner that's going through it right now, so you've got somebody who can tell you.
Is it worth it?
Yeah, but it's, you get what you put in. The hardest part to me, I don't know, I'd like to see, I would almost do it again. If like the new commissioner coming in would do it, but I could only do I can't do that in April and run business and do this and do that.
So it was funny early on, when, well before the election, I was talking with Kevin Burgess at the fairgrounds and I was telling him about this course. And asked him, I said, well, who knows? If you get elected, I wonder, he goes, oh, I'm up for it. He goes, he would, so I'd love to be able to talk to him about it again. I think he would. And again,
When's it starting, Jan? Because I told you I'd be interested in the January.
Yeah. I think it would be wonderful to
Need to
get
wait.
all of our frontline leaders to go through this because, we have, well, first of all, I think it's a really, really good course.
Yeah.
Okay. I think the leadership concepts are excellent and of very high value. And if you've got all your frontline leaders that have done this, we can all hold each other accountable to this.
Well, the change management piece is pretty big.
I'd like to do that one
That's what I would
again.
like to do. I mean, I'd like to do it with Cindy and the new person because it's just gonna be the conversations that we don't ever have, that we've never had.
Yeah,
And you're gonna be able to make a plan and it's not gonna be personal, it's just gonna be,
yeah,
these are the steps that we need to take
yeah.
and
So
everybody.
can you do it in that?
I think that if we did like a Wednesday meeting where we just go over like that, we just do those lessons that day, we just watch the videos.
Yeah.
I mean, you could do it in 3 hours, one
Yeah.
day a week,
You could.
and then you could just discuss it. You're gonna be in different breakout groups, so Thursday, you're gonna be with your breakout group and go basically over what you already went over with your own board.
Yeah.
And
I think the cohort group is really important.
Yeah,
So.
it's just interest. But me, when I'm talking to the cohort group, I'm sitting there thinking like, cool, we have the same issues.
You got shortchanged though, with your cohort group.
Yeah, it's just selected.
It's electeds, yeah, where in mine, I had one elected official, but all the rest were department heads from other counties and in various industries.
So, because I don't know how this works, so if all 3 commissioners did it, then Decorah did it, then you could
You would
literally,
be working through it together at the same time.
okay,
Yeah,
so it really would be a benefit.
It'd be,
But, and then we would just put it,
You would want Kirk in it too, I think, at the same time.
Yeah, and currently I have, the plan is to try and make sure that Decorah and Amanda are in the same course.
Yeah, it would be
So I
good.
think that would be wonderful.
We could all work together. I mean,
I think it'd be hard if you were all in the same
I was
group.
thinking.
You wouldn't want to be in the
No,
same
but
group,
we could
but
come
at
together
the
as
same
a
time.
Yeah, you're going through the same time, yeah, and I'm sure we could tell, tell NACO, hey, try and break these people out into different cohort groups.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Now, that's what I've seen, because a lot of it is really good info and the change stuff is huge,
I'd
the
like to do
culture
that part
stuff.
again,
But yeah, you need a consensus of what you're doing, why, how you're planning it, what it looks like. And the steps kind of remove all the personal stuff away from it.
Yeah.
So I think it would be cool if we all did it, but did like a once a week or every other week, like a block of where you go over the courses.
yeah. I think that's an awesome idea.
Nobody in the public's gonna wanna watch us do that, so.
No, you're not gonna have anybody attending.
What about Chris and Jim? Are they interested in, they're some of our leaders?
So I can,
You're like,
yeah,
it's
Chris.
not my deal, Cindy. That's.
No, that's not it at all. I'm happy to hit this up. Chris Turner, I plan on sending, I asked Jim. Jim was not interested in this.
McKiernan?
Yeah.
No, I'm talking about Chris and Jim from Building and Planning.
Oh, okay.
Because they are part of our leadership team too,
Yeah.
out in the,
Yeah,
Public Works, and they've already taken it.
I can
Yeah.
talk to him.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll ask
Sorry,
him.
I got the wrong Chris and Jim.
Yeah,
together.
it's funny, we have two Chris and Jims.
I never even thought
Well,
about that.
I want to talk about Kirk just a little bit. You guys mentioned Kirk. And that is that if he was to go through it with a group next year, that would help him in his, area of leading training kind of things. It might be something he would go, I like this. But I also think with his position right now, it might be good if he discusses it with Barb as to whether she might want to do it, because you guys have that kind of a relationship with your works, work.
Yes, and then the other thing that I think will impact that will be the conversation with Barb on staffing upstairs, whether you're gonna add another person in and kind of how that structure is gonna look. So.
So
Yeah,
as far as
and
Barb doing it, I just thought it'd be good for maybe Kirk and her to discuss that.
well, and I just bring it up so that, I've talked to Joe Creed about it, and I think Joe's got some folks in the sheriff's office he'd like to see go through it, so I didn't get to hear back from him yet this morning about it, but,
Did Joe think he wanted to do it?
maybe, I think he's always looking for areas for his staff as well, so.
I think it'd be good to have where it comes down on a county level, and we have a county leadership team that decides what the next steps should be, or the fate of the county, just moving forward.
Sure.
And if everybody's gone through that.
And that definitely is part of the change management thing we've talked about, where at some point you just have to engage and make it the thing. And some people will never join the thing, but more people will go, wait, what is this language you have? I want to be part of change management. And so they'll be next in line of their own volition. Then you don't have to twist arms quite in the same way.
Yeah, the videos and the detail and the depth, so it'll go through like the chart style of different change management. And then it'll go through like different CEOs, how they do change management when they walk into Ford or Best Buy or Home Depot. And then it'll have like a government military version in the video or something. And it's like, if you can't learn by chart, then you can learn by examples or you can learn by video. It's pretty good.
Well, and then on top of that too, they make you write down, you've just watched all these lessons, share with your cohort group what your opportunities are at your organization.
Yeah, and that's where us having the roundtables would be helpful.
Yeah.
Because you have to put that in separate, so we could just bring what we put in for our group to this, and you could read your groups, your Friday pitch.
Yeah, that's true, yeah. Well, that's my update for today.
Okay, 45, it's 11:20. Any questions for Tom? 11:26, we are in recess for a few minutes until 11:30 where we have the commissioners meeting.
Yeah.
Good morning, it is 11:30, we are here for the commissioners meeting. I'll call the meeting to order, and remember this meeting is being recorded and it will be available on YouTube. So we have an open forum for citizen input, 3 minutes per person, 15-minute time limit. Do we have any public that would like to comment in our public comment portion?
I just walked in, what are we talking about right now?
Yeah, right now we have our commissioners meeting, so we have public comment. So if you would like to, if you're here to make a 3-minute public comment, you're more than welcome to,
This is on all issues then?
all issues.
Okay, well, I guess I'll get started here. Tim Moore, 13996 Martin Road, Northwest, Quincy. And I'm here in regards to the rezone of the Jones property. It's a vineyard at this point.
Can I pause you just for a second, sir? Are you planning to be at the hearing this afternoon?
Oh, is there another public hearing? Oh, my
There
goodness.
is a comp plan hearing, so we have the Commissioners Roundtable, and then starting today at 1:00, we have our comp plan hearing, and so it's probably, I'm
We were
assuming.
looking all over trying to figure out what time it was.
And that one, it comes up on our comp plan.
Gotcha. We are a little early then.
1:00.
Okay, we'll be back at 1 then.
And I don't even know what number.
It is late in the numbers.
Okay,
It's number 18, I think.
okay,
It's the last one.
okay.
Oh, yeah, so it could be,
It could be at 2.
it could, yeah,
The rural
yeah.
residential.
It'll be safe at 2.
Okay,
Yeah.
sorry, folks, I looked all over
And you
trying
can
to.
zoom in, you can, you still have an opportunity for public comment if you don't want to come hang out here. You
Okay,
can get on the Grant County website and just click our agenda, and then they'll have a Zoom link.
perfect, thank you, sorry, folks.
Thanks.
No problem.
Well, we hate to send people off the road. We always like it when we have visitors.
I'm a.
That's probably what I need to come back for then too.
Okay, are you for the comp
Yeah,
plan?
just on what you're doing with the moratorium and the guidelines and all that.
Okay, on the,
On that,
um,
because there's
Mr.
property
Haynes,
in
Greg?
particular that,
Are
yeah,
you Greg?
yeah.
okay, so I'm just gonna follow up. Greg, I had some conversation with Greg on, we denied his application last week. So this would be a perfect time to talk about this now.
Okay,
Because it's about your application. We denied your application, so today we will be addressing the moratorium that's on. We probably have some new updates. I haven't thoroughly,
that's a moratorium right there.
yeah, well, it's one of
Well,
them.
one of them, yeah, not the
One
whole
of
book.
these.
It's
And I,
just that we own a couple different pieces of property where we're moving licenses that's already been approved by the county and the LCB. And then licenses
All right.
pick up and move and others come in there. And
is this new to the county though? Was this a license new to the county or was it already within the county
the license that would be coming in there,
from last week? Was it already in the county? It sounded like it came
that's
in
the
on the
license that we were purchasing to move into the location that we already have.
But was it a license that was currently already in the county?
The property was approved for that, but no, I don't think this license was in the
Okay.
county.
See, and that's where we kind of put, if it's already in the county and working, I believe you can transfer the ownership of it. But if it's coming from out of the county or a new license, we did put a stop on that to update our code on that. So that will be, I don't know what number it is. So yes, but on your license, yes, where it's new, that's why the moratorium, we denied it. And liquor cannabis will probably still issue your license, it's just till the moratorium. Did they deny?
Well, see, it got denied by you.
Yes.
Because what we did is we moved one of our licenses to another location in Grant County,
Okay.
out on Pam's property, because we're buying that piece of property there too. And then we have other properties that have been approved for licenses, but the Department of Revenue and the LCB, like they just don't seem to be very compatible and work well together. So it takes forever to get a license relocated, because if that was the case, then we should probably move the license back to where it was and start over because of what I read on the moratorium. And I get confused by it being approved and or grandfathered in, I thought it was just the property itself, not so much as a license coming from Benton County or.
Well, currently, right now, because of the moratorium, until we can figure out what the new updates will be, there is a moratorium. But the Liquor Cannabis Board typically just approves that license.
They approved
And
it.
it doesn't, we're the holding factor. So
Right.
once we get our comp plan updated, and the moratorium will be gone.
It should be today.
1:00, 1 to 4 or 5 o'clock, 1 to 5 o'clock today.
Okay, so I should just come back?
Yeah, and I will tell you, it is file number. I should know right here, and I did spend some time going over this, but cannabis, file number 14, so it'll be right down here.
Okay.
And
Because I
these are gonna
understand
be pretty
everything that
fast.
they're trying to do. Unfortunately, the host state didn't get the licenses placed where they should have been. I'm the one that built the greenhouse up there on the corner of Wheeler and 17, and I tried not to do that. But other issues pushed us into it, and then, anyway, that's a thing of the past. But I understand where they should be and where they shouldn't be. And all the properties that we have are, the only one that sees most of these grows are someone that might be driving a train. So, and they're all far away from any home sites except for one, and that's where my home site would be, so.
So the amendment to chapters would be to allow cannabis production and processing in the urban light industrial, urban heavy industrial, urban light industrial, and rural heavy industrial zones, while discontinuing to allow cannabis production and processing in the rural resource, rural remote, and ag zones. That's what the hearing is about today.
Yeah, and that's as I think it should be, but I just wanted to make sure we weren't tying ourselves up with property that was approved and now might be disapproved, but I'll come back.
Okay.
Okay, thanks.
I don't even know what time it is. It'll be a
Later,
crapshoot for all of
it'll be
us.
like
Yeah,
those guys
sometime
after
today.
2,
Okay.
probably.
Yeah, I'll come back.
Okay.
You'll be here?
Yeah, we will be here.
Okay.
Yep,
All
right here.
Thanks, Eddie.
Thank you. Okay, any other citizen input? Barb, do we have anybody online?
We have 0 call-in users.
Okay,
I'd like to make a motion to approve the agenda as presented, Madam Chair.
I second.
there's been a motion and a second to approve the agenda. Harold, did you have discussion, comment?
No, since the people insisted they were gonna be here today, since they came last week, and they were gonna be at this meeting, and just gonna give them opportunity to answer questions that they may have. So if they're not here and there's no longer a public comment period, then I'm not needed.
Glad you showed up. So there's been a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor of approving the agenda, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. The agenda has been approved. Correspondence, emails, letters of support, etc.
Got me new ones. I replaced the page in the one for this week.
We updated the letter of support.
Okay.
Okay. If there's none, I'm moving down to the Commissioners' Roundtable, miscellaneous discussion.
I don't have any, ma'am. We just did our roundtable this morning. Rob, you missed that.
Some of these LTAC agreements are listed. I thought they were already approved.
These are the contracts. You guys are signing the contracts.
Okay, and then the 100,000 for animal outreach, I thought that's what the amount already was.
This is an additional 100,000.
Okay.
I'm gonna be asking to hold or remove that one because we've had we're not approving in 2025 budget yet. That's what she's asking for in the actual email. So we need some clarification on what they're actually asking.
Well, and I think discussion was, she came in for the 2024.
She
So I
came in
honestly
for
thought,
135 in 2024, but when she presented to us an email, when I asked her to put it into writing, she asked for 100,000 for 2025.
Mhm.
So
but
there's
I know we have
confusion.
she's out for 2 weeks, so we're not able to get a hold of her. But we know she's looking for the 100,000 in 2024 and 2025. So I don't know if we just change this or we kick it down the road for, we have the paperwork, the documentation already that she's asking, so
I believe we kick it down the road.
Rob. I
I
feel like
wasn't
we
there,
should.
so I just
Well,
saw it and I
Were
was.
you here when she was presented a month ago?
Yeah, just about the shortfall, but they didn't really say too much about it, about how short.
Yeah, and so when I
Okay.
got to her later,
I know 200 grand is a lot less money than it would cost for us to run a 10-dog facility, so.
well, I was talking about this earlier today, Rob, and I said, well, we were at about 40,000 2 years ago.
Mhm.
And we and really what they're asking for is a 500% increase. Well, I understand it's hard to run a thing, but I'm confused. They asked us for 135 for this year and then came back when I asked for documentation and an actual request, she requested 100,000 for next year. And so I'm like, what is it you really want? You want 235 hours or what? And we haven't got, in my opinion, have not got a clear answer on that.
Okay.
So that's why I'm, asking to hold this or actually pull it. I'm asking to pull it and we'll bring it back when she gets back. 17th.
Should we reach out to another animal? Who else was here?
Maybe the director.
Just feel they probably have no money to, if they threw their hands up in the air and closed it down today, guess who would be running it? Grant County. And the city of Moses Lake. So they've already been here a month ago. Maybe we could approve. And I think what she wrote down, what the request was and what she meant earlier.
Well, on the 2025 request, we're not at a place where we're finishing
Agreed,
our
totally
2020
agree.
budget.
Totally agree.
So,
But I believe that the intent was to do the 2024. I'm not sure, because I said write a letter, submit a letter to the commission so we can take action on it. She even showed it to me. I didn't notice that it was 2025 and not, because everything we're doing right now is a 2025 budget. So it should have been 2024. So I feel some responsibility for that. And I also know I have paperwork upstairs sitting on my desk that talks about the shortfall that they are having currently right now.
paperwork from her or just your notes?
No, she handed us paperwork when she came in 4 weeks ago, 3 to 4 weeks ago. Were you here?
Uh-huh, but I didn't get any paperwork that day. I got paperwork from them on this last meeting right here, which was, I think, from Mr. Lombardi. But, I haven't shuffled through all my filing cabinet here.
When she came to visit with us.
No, I'm gonna,
Did you find it, Rob?
Yeah.
I'm gonna say that, I might have just scanned it with my computer.
Need 135,000 to shore up this year. Current contract,
If
need 240 for 2025 total.
if you guys, I just don't think the way this has been advertised, that we would have, that we should approve even half of that. Let's say we're gonna take half of that. I would say hold it for 1 week and then put on the agenda I would support paying half of that.
Or pull it, but update it for next week for 2024.
What is it, 135 is 60, let's just say 70,000. If that's really what we're gonna do, I would say,
Okay, so next week on our agenda, we can put increase the fund or ask for animal outreach 74,000 for 2024.
74,000.
half of 135, whatever that is. I was saying 70.
This is 70, okay.
But-
I think I was looking at 2024, 70, okay. 70,000. I was questioning my 74. 70,000 for the 2024, so immediately, so we will.
Yeah, because actually half
We
would
can
be
decrease
60,000.
the amount that we've advertised. We can't increase it. Okay, well, if you can, we can just roll
Also,
that request in.
Kaylin, what is the number, the actual number for the LTAC administrative costs?
36,324.
That needs to be, because it was advertised at 35,000, but it was in the documentation correctly.
Yeah.
So I just want to know that, if I make a motion, I want to clarify that that's what we're approving in LTAC number 3.
And then
And Rob, I'm gonna make a motion that pulls number 9, the thing for Jacob as well, because there's no confirmation that they have a 501c3 to deal with it yet. And we did edit we just took a phrase out of the letter of support, but it's still, it's just something we removed from it to clarify.
And then
The invoices from Cooley Creative, did you hear back?
I called Mandy and I had asked for, from the auditor's office standpoint, she said that she doesn't think that they would flag the paying of the room service fees. She had just said, you were asking her opinion for actually paying it. Her opinion was to pay the hotel rate and then pay, if she said it would be up to the commissioners if you wanted to do the per diem rates and then just pay like to cover the per diem rate and then Cool Creative would pay the rest out of pocket, or if you guys just wanted to pay the whole thing and then do the contract next year. She said that part's up to you guys, but from the auditor standpoint, she had said that she didn't think they would flag that.
I'm in favor of just paying it as is, but making the changes for next year's
Well,
contract.
I think we could pay per diem. We'd expect everybody else to do it. I don't know how many people get to go spend government funds on room service. So Rob, what happened is Cooley Creative went to a conference and had some extraordinarily large room service that exceeded.
Mike, I'm okay with that, except I just, it isn't in the current contract that she can't do that, and she has a travel budget. So I think there'll be some arguing about that. I was just thinking, fix it for the future, that doesn't happen again. But I'm not gonna fight too hard if you just wanna go per diem.
Well, I'm struggling because I think if for my own money, I probably wouldn't be spending that money. And I certainly wouldn't be spending the county money on per diem. I have to look at it this, would the people in my district would they all be willing to spend, I don't know, $60, $80 on room service?
Where's that?
It's
For sure, I
somewhere.
thought.
The,
Let me,
you're looking for the itemized, so, yeah, it's in there. It might be that one.
Where's the Hilton?
Vancouver.
It was a State of Washington Tourism Conference in Vancouver.
We didn't pay seat upgrades.
Talking about 66, 73,
73,
69.
66. Yeah, it's tough because if it was any county employee or me or you, we couldn't do that. So,
And it's government funds.
yeah, I wouldn't support paying any more than the per diem rate on those meals.
The per diem is $59 per day, but it's only $36 for the first and the last day, I believe, for Vancouver.
I mean, when I went to the conference in Vegas, I paid the upgrade because the room was more than the prevailing or the per diem rate. So I paid like $200 a day for my room. And then the food, obviously, like if you eat steak, you don't qualify for that amount. So I paid every single penny over every time I've traveled, I've paid personally. So I feel like she is on a contract getting paid. So we should stick to the rate that we all would have to stick to. In Cloudview Kitchen, what was that, like lunch before she went?
Which probably, I would say that there's probably lunch somewhere.
Yeah.
So you can figure out
I mean, it's not a lot, it's like $10 a day, but still.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that might be her drinks. She did get a coffee or something that they were
Before she left.
concerned about.
Man.
Yeah,
The tourism board.
yes, tourism did point it out, and they actually were the ones that had suggested putting in something like in the bylaws, in their bylaws and also her contract about adopting the county per diem rates for travel.
Okay, anything else, any other discussion?
So I just wanna confirm, I'm so sorry, paying per diem.
Yes.
Well, I'll make a motion.
We'll make a motion. Okay, so are we ready for the consent agenda item?
I'd like to make a motion, Madam Chair.
Danny, before you start, do you mind just when you do it for the simplicities, because I'm just approving 1 through 18 and then backtracking and going. Okay, do it how you want, Jeff. You have it in your mind, sorry, don't go with your flow.
I want to approve items 1 through 3. 5 through 8. 10 through 18. On item number 2, I want to pay only the per diem rate on meals. On number 3, clarify that the LTAC administrative costs are $36,324. And then I'll just make a comment that means we're pulling number 4 and number 9 because of the previously considered concerns.
I second.
There's been a motion and a second to approve action items or consent agenda items 1 through 18, removing number 4, removing number 9. Number 2, you're only paying the per diem rate on the meals for Truly Creative. And number 3, correction on the clarifying the admin costs instead of $35,000, it's $36,000 and some change. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
The consent agenda has been approved.
This is the AP batch. This is the invoices from Truly Creative.
You'll figure out in the food. Sorry about that, but
Just making sure it solves both of
because
those problems. I was
after we've had discussion.
understanding the technology.
These are the LTAC contracts. I need your help with the contract for the DMO.
I did not even have any documentation from that meeting about the 135,000.
You didn't? Were you gone? You may have been gone.
No, I remember the discussion.
When is Brittany's last day?
It was last Wednesday.
Okay, but is it, because then she went on vacation. I just didn't know if she was still working here like on vacation or.
I don't think so. We
Okay.
got a thing from Felicity up in accounting. It was like
She's
the
done.
payout for
I'm working on getting them new.
Brittany.
Without actually getting that stuff involved, probably do is I gotta find. I gotta grab the projectors.
Are you done with these?
Yep, I'll slip this up.
Yeah.
But I do really appreciate you running down these.
So recommendation to award Beckwith Consulting, the destination marketing organization.
Sign anything?
The contract will follow upon the commissioner's approval.
Residence Convention Center Master Plan.
This is special occasion liquor license for Habitat for Humanity.
No problem.
This is the storage rental agreement for the storage unit up in Electric City for tourism. Reimbursement request from the Royals Water District, question mark? So letter of support for the Mattawa Area Food Bank. This is a request for a hearing to surplus items.
Fairgrounds.
Request to allow the Director of Public Defense to sign.
LIC funds.
From review, Washington State Department of Corrections contract. This is an amended out-of-state travel request for INET members. Out-of-state travel request for the sheriff's office.
The pricey little training.
Out-of-state travel request for emergency management. This is a purchase order for Granicus. And purchase order for Kelly Create.
In some ways, it's kind of nice having everything done on the same day, so you don't forget what was on the agenda, the consent agenda. But there's a little time to go check. Okay, it's 11:59, we are in recess until 1:00, and we'll meet back here for our 12 hearings. And we're going to my lunch. So meet with all the right.
You're here tomorrow, right? I'll go do it tomorrow.
Good.
So you can look forward to it.
Hey,
Yes.
Rob, could you, can I take that animal outreach stuff that you just found?
Yeah.
Or can you scan it and mail it to me?
Yeah, you got it.
Yep. Good afternoon, it is 1 o'clock. We are here for our annual call plan amendments. Welcome, everybody. This meeting is recorded. It will be recorded and it will also be on YouTube, so throwing that out there. I don't know if it'll be today or at a later date, but we've started something new, so all our meetings are available for the public. Turn this open public meeting over to the planning commission.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioners.
First, I want to thank everybody for attending. We don't always have a lot of visitors, so thank you. Try to keep this as painless as possible.
Yes, so welcome to the Grant County 2024 annual docket of Unified Development Code, proposed amendments and comprehensive plan updates, including zone changes. We've got a pretty heavy docket this year, and today we've got 18 files that we're going to lay in front of you and hopefully get through by 5 o'clock. So that being said, I'm gonna get right into it. So first file in front of you today is file number P240085. It's an amendment to chapter 2532 of the Grant County Unified Development Code to designate the hearings examiner as the Grant County Building and Fire Board of Appeals and to establish enforcement procedures per Grant County Code 1404070. It is, of course, takes place countywide. So staff's analysis and recommendation recommendation to the Planning Commission was for approval. And the Planning Commission at their open record hearing held on October the 2nd voted to recommend approval of this Unified Development Code amendment that is in front of you today. Any questions of staff?
Findings of fact?
Yes, that is correct. 8 findings of fact.
So if there are no questions, I need a motion to approve this with the 8 findings of fact.
I move to uphold the recommendation of the Planning Commission and approve the subject Unified Development Code Amendment Application P24-0085, updating Chapter 25.32 of the Grant County Unified Development Code to designate the hearings examiner as the Grant County Building and Fire Board of Appeals and enforcement procedures per Grant County Code 14.04.070 with the 8 findings of fact in the affirmative.
I'll second that.
There's been a motion and a second to approve the comp plan amendment, or the, what are you calling this, the amendment to chapter 2532.
Point of order, Madam Chair. Where is the option for public comment on these? This is a public hearing, and I think that we forgot to have public comment.
You're totally correct. So let's reverse that. Is there any public comment on this? Do we have any callers that would like to comment?
You have 3 call-in users. Bruce, I've allowed you to unmute. Do you have any public comment?
Nope.
Deanna, I've allowed you to unmute. Did you have any public comment?
No, thank you.
And Harold, I've allowed you to unmute. Did you have any public comment?
Do we have the ability for them to raise their hand when they do have a public comment?
Yes, they should have the ability.
Okay. I do have a feeling that most of these will not require public comment.
I'd like to make a motion that we close the public comment portion of our hearing.
Second.
Just a moment, I don't believe we closed the public comment portion of this hearing.
Of this one, not of the hearing.
Oh, yeah. Sorry.
So I'm
Close
just
the
looking for a
public
motion.
comment.
There's, Rob, do you want to restate your motion?
My motion was to, I'm sorry. So we don't want to close it on each item?
Correct.
Okay.
I don't believe so. I believe we just, it's one big open hearing. So I have a, can I go ahead and use your motion, Rob, that you presented?
Yes.
Agreed.
Second, there's a motion, a second. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
The chapter amendment 2532 has been approved with the findings of fact. Sorry, Jim, we're gonna get in sync here and speed it up.
We have lots of practice coming. Thank you, Madam Chair. Item number 2 today is file number P240086, which is a proposed amendment to Chapter 2512 of the Grant County Unified Development Code to include administrative, judicial, and SEPA appeal processes and reconsiderations. Staff's analysis and recommended approval of the Unified Development Code amendment application at their open record of a public hearing held on October 2nd, 2024. The Planning Commission considered the staff's reports and recommendation and voted to recommend approval of this Unified Development Code amendment to Chapter 2512 of the Grant County Unified Development Code, with the 8 findings of fact in the affirmative. Any questions of staff on this one?
Yes, Mr. Anderson Cook, could you give a quick explanation as to the kind of legislative and judicial?
Absolutely. So currently, as the code currently stands, if we were to make a decision to deny, let's say, for example, a building permit application, the only recourse that the applicant would have currently would be to directly to the Commissioner's Office and or Grant County Superior Court. So what this proposed amendment proposes to install is an administrative appeal to the hearings examiner, and then a judicial appeal, and then also, of course, SEPA appeals, which are separate of that, and then reconsideration should the applicant not like the decision of the hearings examiner. So we like to call this appropriate due process.
Thank you. Thanks for reminding me and helping me with that one.
Any other public comment? Mr. Richards?
Sorry.
No, it's really fine. It was just a perfect time for that to segue in.
We have 3 new calling users.
If you could just ask if they could raise their hand if they have a public comment.
All calling users, if you have any public comment, please raise your hand.
Explain where.
If they're calling, they won't be able to raise their hand though.
They are, Harold, where's his hand earlier?
As a call-in, not a Zoom user.
The attendee.
Yes, as a call-in.
I
So
don't
if
know
you
how-
use the phone number and you're on a call-in. So I would probably still ask the question of each of them.
Or ask them what hearing they are for.
So do you want me to go down? Just
Apparently,
allow them to-
yes, that's what we're gonna do.
Harold, do you have any public comments?
No, thank you.
Harold, can I ask what hearing would you like to comment on so we can make sure?
I don't have a comment, thank you.
Okay.
Bruce, did you have any public comments?
No comment from me, thank you.
Deanna, did you have any comments? Austin, you have, oh, there you go. I have given you the ability to unmute. Did you have any comments?
Not on this item.
Ben, did you have any comments?
No comments at this time.
Gil or Jill, did you have any comments? Jordan, did you have any comments?
No comments.
And Barry, did you have any comments?
So to simplify this,
comment.
we will get, thank you, we will have comments up to 28 people on the phone, and I don't think it's a good use of time to ask every single person. So is there an ability to unmute all of the callers at once so they could respond during the public comment?
I can give them, right now they have permissions to unmute.
Okay, so I think we'll go ahead and put that.
Just leave that, okay.
Yeah, I think otherwise we're gonna be here all day. Okay, so appears there is no public comment on this Is there a motion to approve amendment to chapter 2512 of the Grant County Unified Development Code?
Make a motion, Madam Chair, to uphold the recommendation of Planning Commission and approve this subject Unified Development Code Amendment application. File number P24-0086, updating chapter 2512 of the Grant County Unified Development Code to include administrative, judicial, and CPAC appeal processes and reconsiderations with the 8 findings of fact in the
Second.
There's been a motion and a second to amend chapter 2512. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
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 The amendment has been approved.
Thank you, Commissioners. Third file is file number P240088, which are miscellaneous amendments, text amendments to the Grant County Unified Development Code, chapters 2204, cleaning up old code references and missed changes. Also an amendment to chapter 2304, table 3, to reflect proposed changes to certain uses in the public facility zoning designation. Also an amendment to sections 2308020 to reflect proposed changes to domestic animal maintenance and residential accessory uses and structures. Also amend sections 2312080 to propose changes to clearing, grading, and drainage standards, and amends chapters 2502 in definitions. Staff's analysis and recommendation to the Planning Commission was for approval, and at their open record public hearing held on October 2nd, the Planning Commission considered the staff report and the application materials and voted to recommend approval of these Unified Development Code amendments to 2204, 2308020, 2312-080, and 2502 definitions. Is there any questions of staff?
I appreciate your work on this, you and your staff, gentlemen. I have no questions.
Okay, does the public have any comments or questions? Anybody online, you are unmute, you have the ability to unmute and comment if you would like at this time.
No comment.
Hearing no comments online, I'm looking for a motion.
I move to uphold the recommendation of Planning Commission and approve the subject Unified Development Code Amendment application P24-0088, updating the Grant County Unified Development Code, Chapter 2204, cleaning up old code references and missed changes, Chapter 23.04, Table 3, to reflect proposed changes to certain uses in public facility zoning designation, Section 23.08.020, to reflect proposed changes to domestic animal maintenance and residential accessory uses and structures, Section 2312-080, to propose changes to clearing, grading, and drainage standards, and Chapter 2502, definitions, with the 8 findings of fact in the affirmative.
Second that motion.
There's been a motion and a second to make the changes in our code chapter to amend them. Any discussion?
Did I miss, I might have missed this, Madam Chair. Did we ask the audience that is here? For
Yes, we
comments?
did.
Okay, thank you.
In here and online. Okay, a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. The miscellaneous text amendments in the Grant County Unified Development Code chapters have been amended.
Thank you, Commissioners. Item number 4 on today's agenda is file number P240082, Adult Entertainment and Use Regulations. This proposes an amendment to chapters 2304 and 2502 of the Grant County Unified Development Code to define adult entertainment and uses and only allow as a commercial use in the urban light industrial and urban heavy industrial zoning districts within Grant County via conditional use permit. Staff's analysis and recommendation to the Planning Commission was approval of this Unified Development Code change. And at their open record public hearing held on October the 2nd, the Planning Commission considered the staff report and voted to recommend approval of this Unified Development Code amendments to chapters 2304 and 2502 of the Unified Development Code to the Board of County Commissioners. Any questions of staff on this file?
Does the audience have any comments or questions? Does anybody online have any comments or questions on this? Looking for a motion to approve?
No, I make a motion to uphold the recommendation of planning commission and approve the subject Unified Development Code Amendment application, file number P 24-0082, updating chapters 23.04 and 25.02 of the Grant County Unified Development Code to define adult entertainment and uses and only allow as a commercial use and urban light industrial and urban heavy industrial zoning districts within Grant County by a conditional use with the 8 findings of fact in the affirmative.
Second.
There's been a motion and a second to amend chapters 2304 and 2502. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
The chapters have been approved for amendment.
Thank you, Commissioners. Item number 5 on today's agenda is file numbers P240251 and P240252, which is the 6-year mandatory update in years 2025 to 2030 to Chapter 7 of the Transportation Element, Appendix E, and to Chapter 8 of the Capital Facilities Element, Appendix F of the Grant County Comprehensive Plan. The purpose of this update is to provide necessary changes to Appendix E and to Appendix F, Capital Facilities of the Comprehensive Plan. Pursuant to the Growth Management Act, cities and counties' comprehensive plans are required to contain at least a 6-year traffic improvement plan, commonly known as a TIP, and a capital facilities plan, commonly known as a CFP, that identifies proposed projects and funding sources during the 6-year period. This proposed update is for the time period of 2025 to 2030 and will be updated annually to reflect the changes, if any, to projects added or completed during that plan year. Of course, staff's analysis and recommendations, since staff wrote it, is to approve. And at their open record hearing held on October 9th, the Planning Commission considered the staff report and voted to recommend approval to the Board of County Commissioners.
Okay, thank you, Jim. Any questions for Jim?
None here.
Does the audience have any comments? Does anybody online have any comments? Please unmute yourself and looking for a motion.
I move to uphold the recommendation of the Planning Commission and approve the subject annual comprehensive plan amendment file P24-0251, updating Chapter 7 Transportation Element, Appendix E, and Chapter 8 Capital Facilities Element, Appendix F of the Grant County Comprehensive Plan, with the 5 findings of fact in the affirmative.
I'll second that motion.
There's been a motion and a second to approve the update. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
The update has been approved.
Thank you, Commissioners. Item number 6 is file P240253, an annual update to Chapter 5, the Economic Development Element, Appendix J of the Grant County Comprehensive Plan. The purpose of this update is to include projects that have been submitted to and approved by the Grant County Economic Development Council to be included in the listing of strategic infrastructure program eligible projects. RCW 8214-370 states that monies collected under this section may only be used to finance public facilities serving economic development purposes in rural counties and finance personnel and economic development offices. The public facility must be listed as an item in the officially adopted overall economic development plan or the economic development section of the county's comprehensive plan. Planning Commission heard summary and recommendation on October 9th, 2024 and voted to recommend approval of this annual comprehensive plan amendment to Chapter 5 Economic Development Element, Appendix J of the Grant County Comprehensive Plan to the Board of County Commissioners with the 5 findings of fact in the affirmative.
Any questions? Does the audience have any questions or comments? Those online have any questions or comments? Looking for a motion?
I move to uphold the recommendation of the Planning Commission and approve the subject annual comprehensive plan amendment file P24-0253, updating Chapter 5 Economic Development Element, Appendix J of the Grant County Comprehensive Plan.
Second that motion.
There's been a motion and a second to approve the annual update to Chapter 5. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. The annual update has been approved for chapter 5.
Thank you, Commissioners. Item number 7 on today's agenda is file numbers P240219 and P240220 brought forward by the City of Ephrata for a site-specific comprehensive plan amendment and UGA redesignation. The applicant has submitted a site-specific comprehensive plan amendment application to remove 168 acres of designated rural lands from the Ephrata UGA and replace it with 86.9 acres of designated rural recreational commercial lands, commonly known as a LAMRD, and rural residential lands in unincorporated Grant County, previously designated as an essential public facility under Grant County file numbers P220158. The location of the proposal site is located at 14156 Road B.3 Northwest in Ephrata and covers parcels 160821, 000, 160853, 000, 160866, 000, and 160866, 002. After staff's review of this application, along with balancing the goals and policies of the comprehensive plan, staff's recommended approval of the site-specific comprehensive plan amendment and UGA redesignation. At their open record hearing held on October 9th, 2024, the Planning Commission considered the staff report and application materials for the comprehensive plan designation change request and voted to recommend approval of this site-specific comprehensive plan amendment to the Board of County Commissioners with the 9 findings of fact in the affirmative. Any questions for staff on this one?
So Jim, when I look at the, what's the PowerPoint that you, that one.
Yep.
The green is what's going to be included in UGA, and red and 2 grays.
Just the red.
Just the red. It doesn't look like it's 168 compared to the other 86, so that's why I was going.
Yeah, the red is what's left, and the green is what's proposed to come in.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Any other questions? Does the audience have any questions? Anybody online have any questions or comments?
Hi, this is Ben Floyd. I'm a contract staff for Grant PUD. I live at 1651 South Fescue Street, Kennewick, Washington. And I'd just like to speak in support of this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Ben. Any other comments?
I'd like to make a motion to uphold the recommendation of Planning Commission and approve the subject redesignation file P240219, removing 168 acres of designated rural lands from the Ephrata UGA and replacing them with 86.9 acres of designated rural recreational commercial LAMRD lands and rural residential lands in unincorporated Grant County with the 9 findings of fact.
Second.
Is there a motion and a second to amend for the site-specific comp plan amendment and UGA redesignation swap? Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. The recommendation has been approved.
Thank you, Commissioners. The 8th file on the agenda today is file number P240217 and P240218, brought forward by Riverstone Land Holdings LLC and their agent Jeff Galassi out of Mattawa, Washington. This proposal is a site-specific land use redesignation requesting an 85.89 acre parcel designated with a mineral resource overlay, commonly known as an MRO, of approximately 75 acres. The parcel has current land use designation of rural lands, rural remote. The proposal site is located at the 21700 block of Highway 243 South in Mattawa, Washington. And that parcel number is 150176001. After review of this application, along with balancing the goals and policies of the comprehensive plan, staff recommended approval of this land use redesignation to a mineral resource overlay. And at their open record public hearing held on October 9th, the Planning Commission considered the staff report and application materials and voted to recommend approval to the Grant County Board of County Commissioners. with the 13 findings of fact. MROs carry 13 findings of fact, that should be noted. Any questions of staff on this one?
So when you talk about an overlay,
Like we're at Walmart.
you talk about an overlay, that means it remains rural land removed, and there you overlay an MRO on that, so it's kind of a dual designation for that portion of that property that's being utilized in MRO.
That is correct. Yeah, this one is I don't want to say unusual. It's not normal in that the bulk of the property will carry that designation, that MRO designation. Oftentimes you'll see just a portion of the parcel will have that overlay, but in this case it is 75 of the 80 some odd acres will have that designation.
Any other questions? Does the audience have any questions or comments on this?
It should be noted that the agent is here. Should they like to speak, not necessary, but wanted to know.
Would anybody online like to make a comment or have a question? I don't know where my crickets went, but hearing none. Looking for a motion.
I move to uphold the recommendation of Planning Commission and approve the subject redesignation of file P24-0217, designating approximately 75 acres of an 85.89 acre parcel with a mineral resource overlay with the 13 findings of fact in the affirmative.
Second that motion.
There's been a motion and a second to approve the land use redesignation application. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. The application has been approved.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Moving right along.
Moving right along.
Wow. This is like unheard of.
Doing very well. The ninth item on today's agenda is file numbers P240249 and P240250, brought forward by Capstone Realty LLC and their agents EM Land Consulting LLC. Like the previous application, this also is a site-specific land use redesignation, requesting a 640 acre parcel designated with a mineral resource overlay, an MRO of approximately 40 acres. This parcel has a current land use designation of rural lands, rural resource. The location of the proposal is located on Overend Road, 3/4 of a mile south from the intersection of Baird Springs, and is all of section 24, township 24, range 23 east, and is parcel numbers 15070900 and 15070800. After staff's review of this application, along with the balancing of the goals and policies of the comprehensive plan, staff recommends approval of this land use redesignation to mineral resource overlay. And at their open record hearing held on October 9th, the Planning Commission considered the staff report and voted to recommend approval to the Grant County Board of County Commissioners with the 13 findings of fact in the affirmative.
Any questions, Jim? Anybody in the audience have a question or comment? Anybody online do they wish to comment?
Let me come back to the question. When I
Sure can.
ask a question. When the Planning Commission and when the Planning Department looks at something like this, I noted there was one comment struggling with the potential for traffic and road damage. Do they consider, does the Planning Department consider that possibility as well in the neighborhood, and what is the designation of that road as far as, is it a number 7 or 8, or can it handle the traffic?
Yeah, so at this point, these are non-project, so those type of considerations would be made at the conditional use permit stage. So should the MRO be approved today, the next step would be then an application for a conditional use permit and another SEPA, a site-specific, project-specific SEPA, where those mitigations would be installed. So roads, wildlife, things like that. So no, although you can't help but think about those type of things, but at this point in time, that it wouldn't be appropriate to do that.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments?
I'll make a motion to uphold the recommendation of the planning commission and approve the subject redesignation file P24-0249 designating approximately 40 acres of a 640 acre parcel area with a mineral resource overlay MRO with 13 findings of fact in the affirmative.
Second.
There's been a motion and a second to approve the land use redesignation. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
The application has been approved.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Moving right along. We are on file number 10 out of 18. Hold on.
Okay, so item number 10 on today's agenda is file numbers P24-0221 and P24-0222. The applicant is Azad Tarikian and his agent is Andrew Kovac, both out of Soap Lake. This proposal is a site-specific land use redesignation and a rezone, requesting 36.62 acres of the subject parcel be redesignated from resource lands, rural resource to rural lands, rural residential 1, along with an application for a rezone from rural resource to rural residential 1. The site is comprised of one parcel totaling approximately 52.7 acres, of which 17.16 acres is already designated rural lands, rural residential 1, and that's commonly referred to as a split zone. The proposed site is located at 22899 North Highway 17 in Soap Lake and is parcel number 16095100. After staff's review of this application, along with the balancing on the goals and policies of the comprehensive plan, they recommended approval to the Planning Commission. And the Planning Commission, during their October 9th public hearing, voted to recommend approval to the Board of County Commissioners.
We'll note that we will need two different motions, one to the land redesignation and the other for rezone.
And I will also point out that in those two motions, the first motion has 9 findings of fact and the second motion has 10 findings of fact.
Well, it's kind of odd to me that this whole thing about a split, whatever we, split zone.
Yeah.
How does a one parcel
get
zoned in a way like that?
It came down to a mapping error. So we have it on the screen here. After a survey was conducted, so that's the canal bisects the parcel, and it would appear, if we looked at it today in our GIS mapping, it would appear that that there was uncommon ownership of the canal way, but that actually Azad does own the canal. So he secured a survey to find out that what should have probably happened is it all should have been mapped and designated RR1, but because it wasn't obvious that he owned the right of way through the canal, it got mapped. It just got mapped that way. So the code allows, the code actually allows for staff, for Chris, to administratively make this change, but we thought it would be the right thing to do would be to put it forward through the public process. But code would allow for Mr. Tarikian to short plat this to retain both designations or go through the process to that he's seeking currently to redesignate the rural resource piece to RR1.
So it's not a bureau canal, privately owned canal.
What? Yeah, it is. I mean, it is a bureau canal for sure, but it is privately held. Yeah, it took a significant amount of effort on his part to have it surveyed to clean that up. It's not cleaned up on this map, but he does have a regular survey that cleans that up.
Any other questions? Any comments from our audience? Any comments online? Hearing none, I'll look for a motion.
I move to uphold the recommendation of the planning commission and approve the subject redesignation file P 240221 from resource lands, rural resource to rural lands, rural residential 1, with the 9 findings of fact in the affirmative.
Second.
There's a motion, a second to redesignate the land use. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
The land use application has been approved.
I'll make a motion to uphold the recommendation of the planning commission and approve the subject rezone application file number P 24-0221 from rural resource to rural residential 1 with the 10 findings of fact in the affirmative.
Second.
There's been a motion, a second to approve the rezone. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
The rezone application has been approved. Moving to item number 11 out of 18.
Nice job, Madam Chair.
And I just, if you would like to leave, if you're already done, we are totally fine with you leaving, or you could just stay and enjoy the afternoon with us.
Very high drama.
You just wait, something big's gonna happen.
Next up is item number 11, file number P 240257 and P 240258. The applicant is Central Terminals and their agent is GAG Planning, Mr. Gil Alvarado. This proposal is a site-specific land use redesignation and rezone, requesting 55.38 acres of the subject parcel be redesignated from urban lands residential low density to urban lands open space, along with an application for a rezone from UGA Urban Residential 2, UR2, to UGA Open Space Rec, or OSR. The proposed site is comprised of one parcel totaling 55.38 acres, located at 4524 Northeast West Shore Drive in Moses Lake, parcel number 17017610. After staff's review of this application, staff recommended approval to the Grant County Planning Commission, and then on October 9th, the Planning Commission considered the staff report and voted to recommend approval to the Board of County Commissioners. Any questions on this file?
Is this this is not the mining permit one.
No, this is not a.
Central terminal, so.
Yeah.
So this is the golf course situation.
Yes.
Can you give us any broader look at this, Jim, as far as?
Yeah, absolutely.
Seems like the statements that I read were that there was an error made when it was designated originally, and we're trying to get a driving range in, and
Yeah. So, and we have the map up on the screen, and and the agent isn't here as far as I'm aware. Oh, hi, Bob. So I wasn't around, obviously, when this originally was platted, but the long and short of it is that they're looking to reconfigure. So right now, and I can't read the parcel number, but out on the point is where the driving range is currently, which is not an excellent use of that parcel. And you can see internally the boundary line of the parcel that's in question or subject to today's amendment is very oddly shaped and probably not easily developed, except for maybe the north and the south pieces. But right in the middle, and it's hard to see from this far away, but right in the middle, it should be noted that that's a well location for the city of Moses Lake. And currently where there's a proposed reservoir being planned. So with that carries a pretty aggressive wellhead protection radius, which wouldn't allow for development anyway. So I think that, again, this is a non-project action, but I think that there's some future plans by Central Terminals for some non-permanent uses to be placed in the middle of that parcel that would not be allowed under the current designation. For example, maybe like an RV park. So like a stay and play RV park for the golf course or something. So making better use of that irregularly shaped piece. So should somebody move a driving range, which would not be permanently placed structures, over to the middle of that parcel, would not be in violation of the protection of the wellhead radius. Does that make sense?
Yeah. The southern portion of that parcel still seems like good property to develop, so it seems a shame to be doing it this way.
Now, it should be noted in the staff report that the applicant and their planner reserved the right to amend this should those plans be changed. So to say that, I mean, you're right, we were giving up UR2 designation, which if I recall in the report, that's 225 dwelling units. Now, we all know, or maybe we don't, but it should be noted that there's significant challenges with water and the delivery of water and sewer in this area of Moses Lakes UGA. So relief in that regard to the city, I'm sure, is welcome. But nonetheless, that is a serious consideration that's being given up by the applicant. And should they decide to scrap whatever plans they have, I don't know what those plans are, and go back to the UR2 designation, it is noted in the staff report that they could make application next year and unring this bell, so to speak.
Any other questions or comments from the commission? Anybody in the audience have a comment? Yes, trying to come up to that.
Right here. Yes, I'm Bob Fancher, Central Terminal 6712 North Frontage Road East. I'm really only here to answer questions. I thought Jim did a good job presenting it. Right now, the driving range is on a very prime piece of residential property that will go into condominiums, which will mostly supplant all of the residential parts that were taken out for the driving range. There's also plans to put in an RV park alongside the driving range. There's a big need for RV park in our area, so as long as we keep building things. So, but I don't see us displacing any residential sites.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Fancher. Any questions for Mr. Fancher before?
Yeah, I have one question. Is where the current driving range at, is that residential?
It's underneath it's the same zone as everything on both sides of it.
Okay, looks like Gil Alvarado. Thank you for raising your hand, Gil. It's like we can see it from here. So, Gil, you'd like to make a comment?
Takes a while, he's in Florida.
There you go.
Is Gil unmuted?
Gil is unmuted.
Gil, you are unmuted on our end.
Well, we hear nothing.
Crickets. I'm serious. We need our own little cricket now. Okay, his hand is down. Just a little bit. I need to move forward with Mr. Fancher, do you feel like you're prepared to move forward without Gil Alvarado?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, I'm looking, any other comments? I'm looking for a motion. And again, this one will be 2 motions.
I'll make a motion to uphold the recommendation of the planning commission and approve the subject redesignation. File number P24-0257 from urban residential low density. to urban lands, open space with the 9 findings of fact in the affirmative.
Second.
There's been a motion and a second to approve the land use redesignation. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
That land use redesignation application has been approved.
I move to uphold the recommendation of the planning commission and approve the subject rezone application P24-0257 from UGA Urban Residential 2 to UGA Urban Open Space Recreation with the 10 findings of fact in the affirmative.
Second.
There's been a motion and a second to approve the rezone. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. The rezone has been approved. Moving to number 12.
Thank you, Commissioners. Item number 12 today is file numbers P240247 and P240248, brought forward by Royal Slope Solar LLC and their agent Tetra Tech by way of care of Paul Hicks. This is a site-specific land use redesignation and rezone application requesting 160 acres of the subject parcel be redesignated from resource lands agriculture irrigated to rural lands rural resource, along with an application for a rezone from ag to rural resource. The proposed site is located 3/4 of a mile southwest of State Route 26 West in Royal City and is parcel number 15-0233-000. After staff's review of this application and balancing the goals and policies of the comprehensive plan, staff recommended approval to the Planning Commission of this land use redesignation to rural lands, rural resource, as well as a zone change to rural resource. And at their open record hearing held on October 9th, the Planning Commission considered the staff report and recommended approval to the Grant County Board of County Commissioners.
Any questions for Jim?
So Jim, this was not included in the 2021 or 2022 because the landowner or Royal Slope Solar didn't?
The landowner, yes, the landowner, who's Justin Brown. The Browns did not own this parcel at that time. I believe that the owner was Gary Mon at the time.
So why is the applicant a company that doesn't own any property there?
It's common, so Royal Slope Solar will be leasing the land from the Browns. And the applicant, the agent, it's common in these situations that they prepare the application on behalf of Royal Slope Solar. And it wouldn't probably in this instance be something that the Browns would be interested in doing or capable of doing. It's a pretty complex application. In this instance, Tetra Tech, they are the consultant that this is their line of work. This is in their wheelhouse of what they do.
Now, how does this line up with your understanding of, at this point in time, realizing that you're newer to this, you are not in your position that you are now, back when this original rezoning took place, which I opposed, by the way. How does this line up with the Growth Management Act and its designation of not removing agricultural land from production and moving it to this kind of a?
Well, as you can see, as you may or may not have noticed in the file, Commerce did comment on this one and was opposed to it because it is in violation of the WACs and RCWs, removing productive ag lands. But this one is not part of, it was not part back in 2022 when this went through, was not in production. If we were to remove this layer, you'd see it was covered in shrub steppe, and that's actually why the applicant is interested in bringing this into this designation, is to be able to mitigate to it. And so it's not under irrigation. It's never had water. It's not part of a farm unit. So to call it productive agricultural lands is probably not accurate. However, it does carry the agricultural irrigated designation. And I pointed out to Commerce in my conversation with them on October the 3rd that we are, of course, headed underway into a countywide ag lands analysis in 2025, and this parcel would be removed from it, which is the correct way to approach it. But to answer your question, this is not the right way to do it per growth management. It is a site-specific redesignation.
Any other questions for Jim? Does anybody in the audience want to make a comment?
I just wanted to note, this is Donna Miranda with Clearway, the applicant, and just to mention that we're available to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you, Donna. Yes.
Yeah, Austin Hicks, address is 3516 Southwest Charlestown Street, 98126. Here on behalf of Rural Solar LLC. Not a lot of additional comment on top of the overview that Jim gave, other than to thank the commission for the consideration today and staff for their work preparing the brief. I think Jim gave good context on the land itself outside the Columbia Basin project, underproductive from tax standpoint, not under active management, very consistent with the same rezoning effort that happened that you previously mentioned, but the ownership issue came into play, and so it's really just a cleanup measure to make the parcels consistently zoned across and to satisfy some newly imposed mitigation efforts that are connected to a non-project action that we can get into at a later date. But from a zoning perspective, it's really just a cleanup effort and was not included in the first phase of this project because of the ownership issue. So yeah, just wanted to thank the commission and staff. So.
Thank you, Austin. Any comments on anybody in the room, on anybody else? Are there any comments online?
Yeah, this is Harold Cross, Columbia Basin Conservation District. Very familiar with the Mattawa area, and I just want to bring up that this is, if it hasn't been said already, would be considered prime irrigated land, and things that, from a conservation district perspective, it's the type of lands that we try and maintain in agriculture. But no further comment.
Okay, thank you, Harold. Elson, you commented that there was no water available on this. It's outside of the Quincy Columbia Basin irrigation.
It's outside of the Columbia Basin project.
There's no water. It's well water.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Any other comments? Questions?
I'm going to maintain consistency with my position from 2 years ago and make a motion to deny the recommendation of the Planning Commission on this rezone.
Is there a second? Hearing not a second, I believe the motion dies. I'm looking for a motion to approve the recommendation.
I move to remand the application to Planning Commission for further proceedings.
Second.
There's been a motion and a second to remand the application to Village of Brandon. Any discussion?
My discussion would just be, we are doing the full land assessment in 25, and this would be changed at that time if that is what would be deemed necessary. And I would like to have some type of consistency on that if we're going to keep consistent with GMA.
I would also say that I think that that's important, and that would be the reason for my first motion, was that we are already out of compliance with the GMA in a couple of situations, and I'm not interested in seeing us move forward without the ag lands analysis and to not move forward on these kind of things and get ourselves in more trouble. I agree with you, and if I can't get it denied, I'll vote positive for remand and have the planning commission reassess.
Okay, I just would have been in favor of this. This is in District 3 in my area. I realize that if there is no water, it's really hard to sustain a crop, to grow a crop in that area. So I look forward to that ags analysis. Is that in 2026? 2025? Okay.
2025, if it makes it through budget.
Okay, so
So can I clarify the motion then? So you're denying the recommendation of the planning commission and remanding it back to the planning commission, right?
Yes, number 6, I believe, it would be Rob, number 6.
Yes, number 6.
Planning commission for further proceedings.
So your motion would be
To remand.
So you're making a motion to deny the recommendation of the planning commission and remand the application to the planning commission for further proceedings. I just want to clarify that you're
so the application is denied.
correct.
And this will go back to the planning commission for further proceedings. And further proceedings, I believe, will be when they do that, when
Right.
next year, when planning does the ag analysis. In this ground roll.
Yeah, you don't have to include the ag lands analysis and to remand it back to the planning commission, but we understand that on public record, we understand that's the intent. But I just want to make sure that the motion that is stated is correct
Okay, so do you want
in the 9 findings of fact and the negative.
This is a new one for me. So Jan, to be totally honest, in my 17 years, I've never remanded anything. So I'm not sure how this would work. So do you need a denial of this? Is that what?
That's, I guess, what I'm saying is if you look at the first motion, it would probably be to deny the recommendation of the planning commission and remand it back to the planning commission. And it would probably be with the 9 findings of fact and the negative.
Okay, is there a motion to follow that? Is there a motion to deny that?
I'm willing to second that if the motion, if Rob is willing to amend his motion to be stated like Jim is asking.
Yeah, I'm just not positive if that's the correct way to state the motion, so.
So I need a motion to approve or to deny. So I'm gonna just go ahead and approve this motion and you guys can deny it if you'd like. I make a motion to uphold the recommendation of planning commission to approve the site designation file 24-0247 for resource lands, agricultural irrigated to rural lands, rural resource with the 9 findings of fact in the affirmative. There's been a motion. Is there a second?
Point of order, Madam Chair, there was a motion on the table. And the need to withdraw it. It's not appropriate to make another motion unless you're amending his motion.
We did remand the application. There was a vote, a second and a vote, and so there is a remand on the table. I mean, we've already remanded that. I remember saying.
Are you referring to the second motion in this? Then
I'm just trying to take action on a motion, so we either need to approve or deny. I'm looking for an approval or denial. Nobody's read an approval, so I went ahead and made a motion. So you can second that, we can vote on it, you can deny it then. I just need to move forward on this. That's all I'm looking for.
We had seconded the motion that I had made already, though, and not voted on that motion.
We did vote on it. To remand, we voted on it. Did we vote on the remand?
Recollection?
I don't have it.
We did have it.
Okay, I'm sorry, I thought we voted on remand.
So when I read the actions that we can take, uphold recommendation, uphold conditions, modify recommendation, deny requested, deny with prejudice, or remand, I read it as if we remand the application, then it is just being sent back to the commission. It is not approved, it is not denied, it is being sent back to be further looked at and then processed in the following. That's how I'm reading the 6 options.
I'm not sure, so I just want to clarify, the motion I made, there was not a second, so it died. So we still have not voted on the remand, so there's been a motion to remand it, there's been a second. And there's been discussion, I guess, and not a vote. Jim, would you be fine with just number 6?
Yep.
Okay, so there's been a motion by Commissioner Jones, a second by Commissioner Stone. We have discussion again, remand the application to the Planning Commission for further proceedings. Any more discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
So this application will go back to the Planning Commission for further review. Right? That's my first one, so I'm not sure I did that correctly, so
Yes.
sorry. Okay, number 13.
Okay, file number 13 on today's agenda is P240083, Unified Development Code Amendment Application to Chapters 2508 of the Grant County Unified Development Code to establish expiration and renewal criteria for conditional use permits. After staff's review of the application, along with balancing the goals and policies of the comprehensive plan, staff recommended approval of the code amendment. And at their open record hearing held on October the 2nd, the Planning Commission considered the report and public comments received and voted to recommend denial to the Board of County Commissioners with the 8 findings of fact in the negative. Well, excuse me, there was 3 findings of fact. There was 3 findings of fact in the affirmative and 5 in the negative.
Jim, I read through the minutes on this. It was quite a discussion. And I'm struggling with the best way to move forward with this. On the one hand, I understand the position of some that says if you have a conditional use permit that could be taken away at any time, it would inhibit somebody from getting a loan on a project. You know, the loan company would hesitate, right? But if you have a conditional use permit and you can't take it away, then there aren't any conditions on the use permit. That seems silly to me. So I don't see the point of a conditional use permit if you can't apply the conditions and say you can't do it anymore.
Correct.
What is development services? What is your perspective on this? Because we want to move forward in a wise way and make sure that we can call people into question just because they have a conditional use permit, they can't just violate it.
And that's why staff made a recommendation to approve, is we want to be able to revisit those conditions as conditions change. This was brought forward and, you know, it's not a new discussion, but discussions were had in and around the gorge. You know, that when that facility was established, there was no considerations made at the time that it was going to hold festivals where you would feel music as opposed to hear music. But the conditions have changed, circumstances have changed. So we were looking for a way by which we could revisit those conditions. And that's what we put forward here is, you know, every 3 or 5 years, depending on the type of permit that's issued, we would look at and see if those conditions are being met. So we too agree that we would like to be able to visit those, because what good are they? If you issue a conditional use permit, you don't revisit it, then why issue the permit at all? However, there was public feedback that was presented during those hearings that is valid to be taken into consideration, that banks, because every municipality is different, every code is different, banks often don't like to fund and finance projects that are issued via conditional use permit because in some cases they can be revoked. That's not our intent. Our intent is just to revisit the conditions. It's not to void the permit. But it does create a barrier for lending institutions that it was not our intent. So it's a balance that needs to be considered.
Did you feel that this amendment struck that balance? Because you're going to revisit it. What was the enforcement tool if you revisited it and they refused to change their use process?
And therein lies the challenge is that we are not the enforcement agency that lies across the street. And that was part of the challenge during the hearings is that they being the planning commission wanted to have a process of reporting and violations, and if kind of 3 strikes you're out. But that's so subjective, subjective to if a neighbor is filing complaints with who and how do you validate those complaints, and it was real messy. It just wasn't. It's not very clean.
If I may, Mr. Commissioner. Yes, and I think the good point that was brought up during the planning commission about the financing element is really unrelated to this, because if they need a conditional use permit at the onset, it really makes it moot whether they need to renew it or not, right? They're always going to need that CUP up front. So to further elaborate on your question, the current, without revisiting the CUP, would be an enforcement action through the county sheriff's department. If somebody is not abiding by the conditions of their conditional use permit, and that would be a long drawn out court process, which costs the taxpayers a lot of money. So this would be in lieu of that, where it's more of a tool to amend conditions as the circumstances change than really as an enforcement mechanism. Because some of these, again, as Jim mentioned, the gorge had many, many unforeseen impacts, how they originally evolved, right? Just some concerts in a field. Now you have traffic impacts and noise impacts and all kinds of other impacts that can't be revisited. Those would have been able to be revisited as the conditional use permit conditions change. So yeah, it's kind of a tough situation to be in, but currently without this code change, it would be if we received complaints on a conditional use permit, we'd have to refer it to the sheriff's department to enforce.
I'm sure the wheels are turning in my other commissioners. I'd like to hear your questions, comments.
Would previously approved conditional use permits be grandfathered, or would they all be reopened?
They'd have to be grandfathered. Yeah, you couldn't.
So our big complaint areas where the nuisances come from, such as Base Canyon, 3 a.m., techno concert, we wouldn't be able to visit that application anyways.
This does nothing for those. This is a go forward amendment.
Can I ask why? Why can't we go back? Is there some legal ramification?
Yeah, it's just like the building codes. When codes change, it's really not called grandfathering, it's called existing non-conforming. So basically the law says that as your building codes change or your development regulations change, it doesn't pull any previously project specific and or structures into that because it would violate state law. It's non-conformity.
Can you give us a few other examples? I mean, we've talked about the gorge, but what other kinds of things? What other kinds of things happen with a conditional use permit? Obviously, a big chicken development in a rural resource 1, right, or something like that, or what?
Oh yeah.
Anything that comes out of a zoning.
Yeah, I mean, the MROs, the gravel pits, for example, 2 of those files today, those are conditional use permits. So what would happen if, you asked about roads? So what if they, if they were conditionally approved to extract X number of tons annually, hypothetically X number of tons annually, and they doubled it. So they were mitigating for a road impact of X, and then they arbitrarily went to Y by doubling the extraction. That would be a violation of, obviously, their conditions of approval for that conditional use permit. We go on and on and on. I mean,
Well, I
there's,
think a financial institution can look at the conditions of that CUP and decide if they trust these people to actually follow it and move forward with a loan application, correct?
sure, yeah,
They're gonna take a risk with their money.
right,
The bank is gonna take a risk with their money or not.
right.
Yeah, another example, because again, it's not as straightforward as sometimes it seems. The transient residences that were currently in the process, many of those have to go through a conditional use permit. The reason for that conditional use permit is what are gonna be the impacts to neighbors that own single-family dwellings now that we'll have rental properties, transient rental properties next to them. Unforeseen, right, till they can actually do it. So by issuing that conditional use permit with conditions, and then all of a sudden the impacts become too egregious, they're over occupancy, or they're renting to people that are, causing disruption in the neighborhood, would allow us to revisit that. But if the CUP process didn't work, then we can also regulate that by another means through their operating permit. So there's other ways we can regulate this from a nuisance or a complaint standpoint versus the conditions have changed over a period of time. You understand what I'm saying? So there's really two issues that we're mixing and matching here. So really our goal is to capture those ones that the conditions change over time and not necessarily use it as an enforcement mechanism to make sure they're abiding by the conditions. Certainly can be used as that, but.
Any other questions? Does the audience have any questions or comments?
Jeff Belacy, 22889 Road P.8 Southwest in Mattawa. I have no interest in this project. I'm not related to it at all, but I have a question that comes up in terms of objectivity for this adding conditions to conditions. Could that not be remedied somehow in the most minimalistic way by just placing quantitative measures on the conditions imposed on an issued conditional use permit without leaving it open for basically no permit and an ongoing, perhaps will allow this to continue kind of basis? That's an over exaggeration, but do you understand the point that I'm making? That perhaps the conditions could have quantitative measurement, or at least a way to analyze whether the conditions are being met as imposed by planning, which I think the conditions are good. I've got lots of projects that have all kinds of conditions. But could they not be given some means of measuring compliance and then deal with existing code from there? That's my question.
Is that a question for planning or for us?
This is the brain trust. I lay it out there for anybody with comment.
Yeah, I think it falls again on that, whether the intent is to monitor conditions. I get what the gentleman's saying is quantitative is more of a, are they exceeding particular thresholds of the conditions, which would warrant, again, enforcement action. Enforcement, are you meeting the conditions, where the intent or the evolution of this particular change was to not put conditions on the conditions, but as the use changes over a period of time, is to revisit those conditions. And the gorge is the example, right? I mean, who knew that it was going to evolve into what it has evolved into today and cause all these impacts? Nobody. So when you say you anticipate the impacts at the time of the conditional use permit, you say, okay, do X, Y, and Z, and that's it. And that's all they have to do is X, Y, and Z for the life of the CUP, unless you revisit it.
Another example that came up early on through this was when the landfill in Moses Lake closed. So when that landfill closed for whatever duration of time, it was noticed by Public Works that the amount of effort and labor that they spent cleaning up that roadway just fell off because there were no trash blowing around because they weren't enforcing the covering your load policy that was part of the conditional use permit. So when, at the time, I think it was Rob Harris was working for the county, called me and said, hey, how, when is that conditional use permit subject for re-review? Because we need to hold them accountable for the condition that is cover your load. He was shocked to find out that we didn't have that policy. So it's those type of things was the ask. But we don't need this policy to go into an existing conditional use permit and, to Chris's point, make contact with the applicant and say, hey, can you follow the policy for covering your load? And then if we are met with resistance, then it becomes a code enforcement issue. So all that to say, staff, of course, recommended approval. We drafted this amendment, but the planning commission felt like, I think probably a lot of people are feeling like maybe this isn't the right time for this, or maybe it's not necessary.
Any other comments from our audience here? Are there any comments online or questions? None. For motion?
I'm gonna make a motion to uphold the recommendation of the planning commission and, I'm gonna make a motion to uphold the recommendation of our planning department and approve subject unified development code amendment application file number P24-0083, updating chapter 25.08 of the Grant County Unified Development Code to establish expiration and renewal criteria for the conditional use permit. And I would, I don't know how to state about the findings of fact. I guess I would say they are all in the affirmative.
With the 8 findings of fact. Okay, there's been a motion to approve with the 8 findings of fact. A second. There's been a motion and a second. Any discussion?
I just have a little discussion. I've been trying to find it, but I'm not. Is putting this in place, is that going to be subject to be looked at any time? I'm reading just the comments. People are talking about the uncertainty it creates, which I understand. I understand Elliot Goodrich's point of what he says also. I'm reading Austin Hicks, Pat Boss, reading theirs. What is the length of time until it is re-looked at?
So it's in the body of the application.
Yeah, I must have missed it, Jim. I'm sorry.
There's certain that are subject to be reviewed every 3 years and others every 5 years, and they're listed in there. It's on page 5 of the application materials.
And Commissioner, it's staff's philosophy on these that if, we could literally have hundreds of these over, a period of years. So it's not that every single one of them will have to come back and pay a fee to revisit a conditional use permit and run through the public hearing process. It would probably be, it would be, right? In my past experiences where CUP's always had an expiration date is if there's been no impact or no changes, they're just administratively renewed. only if there's impacts, which would be brought forward by either complaints or grievances to our department or to the Board of County Commissioners, would they be flagged. So I would say, and I'm probably conservatively saying that probably 80% of them will just be administratively reapproved each time they're due to expire unless there's events that warrant a revisit.
Yeah, and I understand that. The two of you are very good at what you do, and you wouldn't open something just to open it versus your replacement may do that, which could create some uncertainty for me. And I trust in Cindy and Danny that we only look at things that are very impactful, but it doesn't mean the replacements to us would do the same thing. So looking at a longer interval would be of interest to me, but the motion is on the floor.
Are we ready to vote?
More discussion. What designates one of these CUPs as 3 years versus 5 years? I don't see that in the application.
Are you seeing the list, the list of, in 2508080 under, so it's in the application materials.
This is page 5.
Yes.
Okay, page 5 of that, okay. I was looking at the application, thank you.
Yeah.
I did make a second to approve this, but when I reading the comments, I will be not voting to support this when we make a vote. I'm just sharing it with my commissioner. But maybe there needs to be a little more discussion.
Make a motion to close discussion and call for the vote.
Call for vote, all in favor, say aye.
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 Okay, so there's been a motion and a second to follow the recommendation of the planning department, not the planning commission, and approve with the 8 findings of fact. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say nay.
Nay.
The motion did not pass. Jim, what would be the next one? To follow the recommendation of the planning commission? Do you need another motion? Just me personally, I would like a little more, any buy-in from the planning commission as we appoint those people to sit on the board.
Yeah, so you would follow as drafted. I mean, that's what the planning commission's recommendation to you was to deny.
Okay, but we went ahead and approved it with the 8 findings of fact, but that was denied. So is that a good enough?
So the motion would be to uphold the recommendation of the planning commission and deny, but I should point out that there was 3 findings of fact in the affirmative and 5 in the negative if you uphold their recommendation.
Okay.
Before we make another motion, if this was to be remanded, would this be then looked at by planning and the commission with a new proposal brought forward, maybe with different timelines, maybe with better agreement?
I wouldn't recommend remanding because this is a Grant County application, so we can just start over. I would only remand if it was an application that was brought forward by the public.
Okay, thank you.
So would you still like a motion to uphold the planning commission's recommendation?
If you denied it, I think you did by default. I don't think
Okay,
there's a
we
reason
can
to
move right
motion.
along to 14.
I don't agree with that, ma'am. I think we should probably make a
I move to uphold the recommendation of the Planning Commission and deny the subject Unified Development Code Amendment Application P240083, updating Chapter 25.08 of the Grant County Unified Development Code to establish expiration and renewal criteria for conditional use permits with 3 findings of fact in the affirmative and 5 in the negative.
I'll second. There's been a motion and a second to follow the recommendation of the Planning Commission and deny the subject application. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, say nay.
Nay.
The motion to deny has been approved.
Thank you, Commissioners. Item number 14 on today's agenda is file number P240081, a Unified Development Code amendment to chapters 2304, 2308, and 2502 of the Grant County Unified Development Code to continue to allow cannabis production and processing in the urban light industrial and urban heavy industrial, rural light industrial, and rural heavy industrial zoning designations, while discontinuing to allow cannabis production and processing in the rural resource, rural remote, and agricultural zones. After staff's review of this application, along with the balancing the goals and policies of the comprehensive plan, staff recommended approval of this Unified Development Code change. And at their open record public hearing held on October 2nd, the Planning Commission considered the staff report and application materials and voted to recommend approval of this Unified Development Code amendments to chapters 2304, 2308, and 2502 to the Board of County Commissioners, with the 8 findings of fact in the affirmative.
And Jim, we're currently in a moratorium. When will the moratorium be removed?
That is January, I believe, the 16th, but I can clear that up for the record.
Okay.
Can existing non-conforming be sold and continue operation? No?
Yeah. Well, if the zone changes, they can.
If the zone changed.
Right, if we prohibit them, so the dilemma we're in right now is that the existing uses in agricultural lands continue these cooperatives. Right, so they're saying, hey, come to Grant County, you can come to our address and operate your I-502, which violates the moratorium, but they're still getting their license and there's no permit triggering event for Jim's team, which is the planning permit. So if this passes and we no longer allow I-502 producer processors on our agricultural lands, which is what Department of Commerce expects of us, there would be no more allowed, even transfers of licenses there. The only difference between the state violating our moratorium by issuing the licenses, we would now have enforcement action because they would be prohibited by zoning to exist there. But all the existing would continue to operate as non-conforming. That makes sense?
Yep, thank you.
Any other questions? Comments? Does the audience have a comment or question? Does anybody online have, oh.
Hi, it's Craig Haynes, and I have a few parcels of land that have been approved by the county and the LCB to process or produce cannabis out on those lands, some of them in remote, most of them in remote areas or heavy industrial areas. But some of these plats have been approved and still getting built out and needing to be license placed on them. And I'm a little confused here whether you're saying that we can't bring any more licenses into Grant County, or what about the parcels that's had tens of thousands, sometimes millions of dollars spent on them to develop and bring the power, gas, water, and everything into these locations? It's still sitting there. It doesn't have a license in place, but people are wanting to put licenses there. And we've developed those spots for that. And values on land have been put there and prices have been paid for them, and a lot of infrastructure by the PUD and gas company has been placed in here at a great cost to the individuals that's building them out, not just myself, others involved.
So is it in the, what zoning designation is it in?
I'm sorry?
What zoning designation is it in?
I'm not quite sure what all.
Ours is industrial.
Yeah,
Industrial,
if it's
okay.
industrial, then it's.
Yeah, well, mine that happens to be out, one of them on Road 4, it's in an agricultural area.
Yeah.
And my house that I live out there, my driveway's 2 miles long, away from everybody, you know? So maybe this should have been addressed before everyone got anxious to get it done, but I have a location out there that we put a lot of time and effort into and brought power into at 2 different locations on Road 4, at the one Bob's referring to, and then out on Road 10. And it fits all the criteria that even better than what has been drawn up, you know, whether it's 1,000 feet or 1,000 yards. All of these ones are from other homes or such. And some of the things that people tend to complain about, well, ours didn't smell so bad. Then 30 loads of cow manure brought in, and you walk outside and it smells like there's a dead carcass out in the cornfield right there. The people that's living in a house that we own that's next to this cannabis thing.
So originally, again, I think we're mixing things here. So originally, when the marijuana was allowed and codified in Grant County, they allowed it in agricultural zone properties, which the Growth Management Act allows accessory uses to coexist with farms, right? But that's limited to 1 acre. So, and the maximum you could get from a producer processor is tier 3, which is 30,000 square foot. So if you came into the department and said, I'd like to grow, I got a tier 3 license, I'd like to produce and process cannabis, you would get that. There was never any intent to allow 20 cooperatives with 20 tier 3 licenses to exist on that agricultural property. Never, right? Because now we're in violation of the Growth Management Act, where the agricultural lands is being taken over by marijuana, which is not a crop. So the reason
that's still yet to be determined.
You know, that's actually in state law. That's the definition. It says right in the definition, not considered an agricultural crop, state definition. So the reason why we did this is because because we're becoming non-compliant with the Growth Management Act due to that unforeseen circumstance. So we have to allow them where they belong, which is an industrial zone property, not agricultural lands. All of your agricultural lands that you already have existing will remain in perpetuity as long as you're in operation, but you can't keep growing.
Right, I understood that part of it, yeah. But I just got turned down to put another license back where we were, out there on close to Road 12.
Yes, last week on our consent agenda, there was an application to move from, I believe, out of county into county.
Right.
So,
Right.
and that's
It's from
because of the
another-
moratorium.
It's from another county, but I think that's on industrial land up there too. Just happens to be in the middle, it's a little, the missile base, the tiny missile base, industrial property right there in the middle of all that ag ground. Which is actually a good spot for it from my perspective, because I understand where people are coming from on the orders and stuff.
So it sounds like to me that when the moratorium goes off, that would be an appropriate place because it's industrial and.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, that's why I was just wanting to know, since Bob just clarified out there in the county where we're at, you know, the gas and county went out there, so we would fit into that.
It's all industrial.
It's all industrial. It's the only industrial location that currently has cannabis production and processing in all of the county. Yeah, it's perfectly suited for it. So, and will continue to be, you know, allowed to expand and, it's perfect for it.
Yeah, that's fine with me, because we're not looking, I'm trying to find a way out. But I'm dug in so deep, you know. The same thing we did with the golf course, but when the crash came in 2008, you know, everyone wants to find an exit plan or have an exit strategy, not pull the ripcord, so. Okay, thanks.
Okay, thank you, Greg. I believe the moratorium will be lifted on January 16th, 2025, according to Jim.
Roughly,
I've got, it's January 25th.
25th,
January
thank you,
25th.
thank you, Caitlin, for clearing that up.
From January 25th, 2025, moratorium will be in place. Any other comments, public comment? Does anybody online have any public comment for this application? Cannabis production and processing regulations?
I'd like to make a motion to uphold the recommendation of the planning commission and approve the subject Unified Development Code Amendment application file number P 24-0081, updating chapters 23.04, 23.08, 25.02 of the Grant County Unified Development Code to continue to allow cannabis production and processing in the urban light industrial, urban heavy industrial, rural light industrial, and rural heavy industrial zones, while discontinuing to allow cannabis production and processing in the rural resource, rural remote, and agricultural zones, with the findings of fact and details.
Second.
There's been a motion and a second to amend chapters 2304, 2308, and 2502. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Amendment has been approved for those chapters. Moving to 15.
Item number 15 on the agenda today is a file number P240087, which is a Unified Development Code Amendment application to chapters 2304, 2308, and 2502 to allow for the siting of energy storage systems, commonly known as ESSs, in certain zoning designations countywide. After staff's review of this application, along with balancing the goals and policies of the comprehensive plan, staff recommended approval with modifications to the Planning Commission. At their open record hearing held on October the 2nd, 2024, the Planning Commission voted to recommend approval of this Unified Development Code change to the Board of County Commissioners with the 8 findings of fact in the affirmative. Board have any questions of staff on this one?
For staff recommendation, approval with modifications.
Yeah, so after review by the Department of Commerce, it was recommended that, so the original draft application was to allow for energy storage systems to be able to be sited on agricultural irrigated lands, not subject to the 20% conversion found in our code. And that was determined to be in violation of the Growth Management Act. So staff recommended a modification to the language as proposed to strike the allowance of battery storage in agricultural irrigated lands.
Because currently the 74% of the substations are located in ag irrigated areas.
That's correct.
Okay.
That's correct.
Jim, and so does the GMA specify differences between ag irrigated and agricultural lands? I thought it was just one broad description of ag land.
It's resource lands. Yeah, it's stated as resource lands. Agricultural lands are resource lands. We have them broken up as a county in 3 different designations in our comprehensive plan: irrigated, range, and dry. So our code, specifically when it pertains to the solar regulations, disallows solar to be sited in lands with a comprehensive plan designation of ag irrigated, but allows for it to be solar to be sited in lands with a comprehensive plan designation of ag rangeland and ag dry land. And since battery storage is a accessory to, in some cases, this amendment would allow for it to stand solo or independent of, but also as an accessory to solar. Then it would make sense that they be able to be sited in comprehensive plan designations where solar is also allowed. And right now, currently, it would be allowed up to a certain percent in agricultural range and dry land comprehensive plan designations. But to answer your original question, the GMA mandates us to protect resource-based land.
And so how to ask this question? When we talk about energy storage systems, the Growth Management Act would say protect resource lands, which is all three of those designations. So wouldn't we be in violation of the GMA if we allowed these battery storage on dry land ag and rangeland?
So it would this amendment would be consistent with our current solar regulation. Now, whether or not our current solar regulation is in violation of the Gross Management Act is subject to file number 16, I think.
Kind of a point.
Right. Yeah.
That's where I'm going
Right.
with this question, because
This amendment and the revisions to the amendment is to be consistent with our current solar ordinance, since the battery storage goes hand in hand with solar development.
and I guess I'll
So I have a question. So a lot of farmers now are doing some solar, trying to do some solar, trying to pumps and they would not be allowed to have a battery storage on their farm, correct?
It depends on the scale, but potentially no. Yeah, potentially no. Battery storage is wide ranging. It's wide ranging. This is large scale battery storage.
So I guess my question, I'll continue it on a little bit, Jim, just to clarify some things. Does Commerce believe that we are out of compliance with GMA?
They believe that, yes, they believe that our current solar ordinance, the one that was adopted in 2022, that was vetted by Commerce, is non-compliant with the Growth Management Act in that it allows for us to convert agricultural resource-based lands. We have codes that say we can convert up to 20% of the parent parcel, and statute states that we can't exceed 1 acre for accessory uses. And Commerce is of the opinion that our current code is in violation of the Growth Management Act.
So, and obviously we understand, I mean, development is understanding, Commerce agrees with them that we are, by letter of the law, out of compliance with GMA.
Right.
And so to pass this amendment seems to me that we would be once again passing something that is out of GMA compliance.
It is a completely different portion of the code that allows battery storage to be sited in comprehensive plan designated lands that are already allowed for in our code that was reviewed and approved by the Department of Commerce. That just so happens to be, in their opinion, not compliant with the Growth Management Act. Two completely separate sections of code. Now, whether or not the allowance and the conversion to 20% is compliant or not compliant is subject to debate, for sure. But the siting of battery storage in other zoning designations is also included in this file, and in other areas of the county where solar is allowed to be sited outright. So, does that make sense?
So we could have a solar farm and not the ability to have batteries there?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. Right.
If we follow the recommendation of the planning commission.
And if I may, Mr. Commissioner, with the term used in GMA is of long-term significance, right? And as Jim mentioned, it's all bundled into resource lands. So in Growth Management Act, it's clear that how do you establish what agricultural uses of long-term commercial significance are, and that's by soils. That's part of our agricultural lands analysis. So again, that's how vital that is to say, yes, this is irrigated ag of long-term commercial significance. This is dry ag of long-term commercial significance. This is grazing of long-term commercial significance, and then everything else is open game, off the ag table is our goal. So that's originally why GMA said, and again, they're looking just as an accessory use. We're looking at it as an outright use, not limited to 20% or 1 acre. If it's agricultural non-significant use due to irrigation or soils, it shouldn't be deemed agricultural land, and it should be able to be used for large scale or other uses besides ag.
Well, as a fourth generation farmer of dry land ag, that seems pretty long-term significance to me.
No, it would be, you're right. I mean, that's what we're trying to do is say, yes, it's long-term commercial significance, irrigated ag, dry ag, grazing ag, right? All can't be touched because they're long-term commercial significance.
Yeah.
The ones that are left over that have no soils, have no water, have nothing to graze, need to be pulled out.
Yeah, I'll just state that I think we made an error 2 years ago by separating those 3 divisions apart. And I believe we're out of compliance. I have trouble voting for this because it seems like it would cite energy storage units on land that probably was out of compliance. So I'm just struggling with voting yes on this one.
Any other comments or questions?
Now, this is Harold Cross again with Columbia Basin Conservation District. As I read through this, and particularly the word certain, which seems a little bit non-definitive, what exactly is meant by certain?
In what?
Are you reading through the application, Harold?
Excuse me.
Certain zoning designations, meaning not all zoning designations, but in certain zoning designations.
Could you name one?
Yeah, rural remote.
Thank you.
Oh, Jim? Madam Chair, may I ask a question? Ron asked about this, but I want some clarification about approval and modification. Did the planning commission approve your modifications?
Yes.
We have public comment?
Not,
Come to the,
same question on the word certain.
any other questions or comments?
I have one question. In this motion, do we need to note modifications or just uphold their approval?
Just uphold their approval. It should, are we in discussion still? So it should be noted that by staff's intent is, this is for standalone also. And the intent is to site these as close to existing substations as possible. And so in some instances, well, in 74% of the case, that's in irrigated ag. So by taking that off the table, we've effectively disallowed the siting of standalone battery storage in 74% of the cases in the county where it's most needed. And also the intent was to take, a corner of a circle next to a substation and make it viable and fill a need. Battery storage is not only stabilizes the grid, but it fills a need to be able to deliver power at a time when it's needed, peak times. And we all know that we're in a power crisis right now. So I think we should be looking at it as a good thing, as opposed to something controversial. So we're not trying to take out large swaths of productive agricultural lands. We're talking about, hey, here's a corner of a circle that's not in production next to a substation. Let's make the best possible use of that 2.5, 3, 4 acres as is possible. So I just wanted to say that for the record.
With this motion, disapprove of putting in there?
Oh, yeah, no, it's, yeah, no, it's off the table. Yeah, irrigated ag is off the table, but what's not off the table is the opportunity for the 26% that's left over. That is, in some cases, a substation in RR1 out near Soap Lake, where now somebody could potentially site battery storage next to an existing substation where they are filling a need that's a positive thing for the community. So.
And that's part of that 20% for 1 acre or less.
Well, no, that RR1 is rural residential. So that's when I answer the question about certain zoning districts. I didn't want to cite every single zoning district in our zoning code, but that's what I meant by it. In certain zoning districts, RR1 would be an example of a certain zoning designation that would allow standalone battery storage, not because somebody wants to put a battery storage facility in their backyard, but because a substation in 2 instances in this county exists in the RR1 zoning designation, and that's where battery storage would likely probably want to exist. It's got to be next to connectivity, and that connectivity is a substation.
So would it be appropriate if we wanted to approve the recommendation of the planning department with the modifications? Would that be the motion?
Yeah.
The planning department and not the planning commission. Are there any other questions or comments? Or motion?
I move to uphold the recommendation of the planning department and approve with modifications subject to Unified Development Code Amendment Application P24-0087, updating chapters 23.04, 23.08, 25.02 to allow for the siting of energy storage systems in certain zoning districts with 8 findings of fact in the affirmative.
I'll second. There's been a motion and a second to follow the recommendation of the planning department and approve the recommendation with modifications, file 24007, chapters 2304, 2308, and 2502. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, nay. So it looks like it was approved with the recommendations of the planning department.
Thank you, commissioners.
We're getting close.
Yeah.
We're on 16 of 18.
Item number 16 today is file number P240084, an amendment to the Unified Development Code 2308-357B and chapters 2502 to further define the limitations on parcel conversions of non-agricultural uses on lands with a zoning designation of agricultural and a comprehensive plan designation of dryland or rangeland within Grant County. Also, an amendment to sections 2308-357H to be consistent with the proposed amendments to chapter 2408, and an amendment to sections 2308-357I to establish baseline soils testing and monitoring for solar development decommissioning agreements. After staff's review of the application, along with balancing the goals and policies of the comprehensive plan and in considerations of comments received by the Department of Commerce, staff recommended denial of the Unified Development Code Amendment, file number P240084. And in their open record hearing held on October the 2nd, the Planning Commission considered the staff report and application materials and also voted to recommend denial of this Unified Development Code amendment to sections 2308-357B and chapters 2502 of the Grant County Unified Development Code to the Board of County Commissioners.
Any questions?
So this is the one that we were talking about, Jim, earlier in our meeting today, where we're trying to, with this amendment, the original desire was to get into compliance with the GMA. Am I?
The original application, the application that was put forward this year was to further define what did 20% mean? So 20% under the current code and under the only other conditional use permit that has been issued for the development of solar on agricultural lands defined 20% as what touched the ground. And for those that are familiar with solar development would know that there's a very limited amount of structures that touch the ground. It's 4x4 or 6x6 posts, and then some O&M buildings and things like that. So the 20% conversion of the parent parcel is easy to fall under. So this proposed code was drafted to include the actual panel itself, or what is commonly known as the canopy coverage, which would very easily eclipse the 20% parcel conversion. It would knock the parcel out relatively quickly. So in drafting and putting forward that code for review, the 60-day mandatory review to the Department of Commerce, of course they reviewed it, but then also came back and looked at our old code and said, hold on a second, that also too appears to be not compliant with the Growth Management Act. However, in a call that I had with Commerce, that's noted in the files, I pointed out that they had also reviewed the amendment which was a brand new ordinance in 2022, but were silent on it. So we did send it to them and confirm that, but there was no comments received. So that was an opportunity at that point in time to point out that we were not compliant with, of course, 3670A 177 and several WACs. Next slide. Specifically, so here's 23 Grant County Code 2304 560E, which is found in our zoning code under ag. And there's also a text, in my opinion, is somebody transposed some text here, but specifically this is what it says. So the maximum area for development on lands designated as prime farmland, according to the NRCS soil survey, and those under agricultural production, which is not related to agricultural uses and activities, shall be limited to 20% of the parcel area, but not less than 1 acre. And that's where I think that was a transposed mistake that was made, regardless of the assigned density. And then I won't read the rest because it doesn't pertain. However, RCW 3670A 177 3B I2, non-agricultural accessory uses and activities, as long as they are consistent with the size, scale, and intensity of the existing agricultural use of the property and the existing buildings on site. Non-agricultural accessory uses and activities, including new buildings, parking, or supportive uses, shall not be located outside the general area already developed for buildings and residential uses, and shall not otherwise convert more than 1 acre of agricultural lands to non-agricultural uses.
So the letters that we have, there's several letters, they are also in support of denying this application.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
And the staff recommends denial, and the planning commission recommends denial of this. Okay. Any questions from the commissioners? Does anybody in the audience want to comment on this?
I will. Kirsten Hansen. Just clarification is, just because there's lots of, it's a lot to follow the line of thought there. Is that in essence protecting agricultural land? Is that what you're reverting back to?
So that statute does protect agricultural lands.
The amendment.
This amendment would protect agricultural lands. It further defines the 20% conversion. But the 20% conversion in our code does not follow state statute. So that is a violation of the Growth Management Act. This further violates the Growth Management Act. So this puts us potentially in front of what we call the Growth Management Board of Appeals, and at the taxpayer's expense. And that's what we're trying to prevent right now. In denial is, let's leave it alone, because the Department of Commerce had their opportunity to point out to us that we were not compliant with the Growth Management Act. They can't take us to the woodshed, so to speak, over our current code. Now, under our current code, we could allow for and site solar in agricultural lands that are range and dry land, as long as it doesn't exceed 20%, under the assumption that 20% is made up of just the footings that touch the ground.
Yeah.
Which some would argue, Commissioner Stone definitely would argue, is not protecting agricultural lands.
So as it stands, the rule would be, this amendment would maximize, it would increase the potential.
This amendment would open us up to, so the old revision is off the table now, and now we have a new amendment to the code that is not compliant with the Growth Management Act that the Department of Commerce could appeal and take us in front of the Growth Management Board of Appeals.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any comments online? Hearing none, any more discussion with commissioners, or are we ready to make a vote?
Yeah, I'll discuss it. Thank you, Madam Chair. In my opinion, this amendment, just trying to get my head wrapped around it, and I so appreciate your willingness to work on this. This amendment would, in my opinion, protect all of our ag lands in a more efficient way. I think I disagree with staff and the Planning Commission. I'm kind of one of those that says, let's fight the fight now to get ourselves into compliance with the GMA. We have a lands attorney now contracted, and I'd like to see us get back in compliance with the GMA on this protection of ag land. I realize that would put us in front of the growth management people, but I'm kind of like, well, we have somebody that's being paid to help us with that kind of stuff. I have a lot of concerns with the GMA, obviously. I don't necessarily like the GMA. I mean, there's a lot of problems with it, but this is one place where I agree with them. Just feel like any conversion of our food source ground to industrial is problematic. It's a problem. Commerce knows I've stated before, Commerce knows we're not in compliance, so we know. We did this in error a couple of years ago, and I think we should fix it. Protect our county. We've got this. We're being targeted here specifically, and I just think the more we can protect our ag lands, the better. I'm going to be voting to approve this. I think this is the right direction to go, especially specifying what a canopy is versus what ground area is. And if you take this much out of a quarter section of land, and you say that's going to add up to our 20%, you're going to cover the whole thing with canopy. It's gone. And I do not see dryland ag going back into production after this stuff comes in. And it lowers the value of the property around it. That's been seen all over the nation. And I just have a lot of ethical, logical, and moral issues with this, and us opening up, keeping the door open. I don't know when we can fix it. Maybe you're thinking 2027. I don't know. But there's a lot of solar stuff coming your way that would go under this old thing. And I'm saying I'd like to fight the battle now.
Rob, any comments?
No.
I'm looking for a motion to approve or deny.
I move to uphold the recommendation of the Planning Commission and deny the subject Unified Development Code Amendment Application P 24-0084, updating section 23.08.357B and chapter 25.02 of the Grant County Unified Development Code to further define the limitations on parcel conversion of non-agricultural uses on lands with a zoning designation of agriculture and a comprehensive plan designation of dry land or rangeland within Grant County, amends section 23.08.357H to be consistent with proposed amendments to chapter 24.08, amend section 23.08.357I to establish baseline soil testing and monitoring for solar development decommissioning agreements with the 8 findings of fact in the affirmative.
I'll second. There's been a motion and a second to amend sections 2308, 357B and chapters 2502. Any discussion?
Yeah, I'll discuss a little bit more. I will be voting in opposition to this motion, and I'm getting the impression that this motion will pass. I hope not, because I think that this has to do with national security. It has to do with very important issues that we're facing statewide and nationally. I would like to encourage my fellow commissioners to vote no on this motion and us to come back with a different one. But if this passes and we move forward with this denial, then I would ask that our planning department and our future commissioners look at this seriously as to what it does to our county and hopefully make the changes so we can get in compliance with the GMA and protect all of our ag land.
Any other discussion?
I appreciate your comments, Commissioner Stone.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed say nay.
Nay.
Okay, it looks like the recommendation was to follow the planning commission and the staff to deny it, so it has been denied. Thank you, Danny, for your comment. Moving to number 17 of 18. We're getting close.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Critical areas.
Item number 17 today is file number P240246, a Unified Development Code amendment to Articles 2 and Articles 4 of the Grant County Unified Development Code, Chapters 2408, Critical Areas and Cultural Resource Lands, Chapters 2502, Definitions, and Chapters 2524, Mitigation Requirements and Impact Fees to reflect proposed changes in the general mitigation requirements in fish and wildlife habitat conservation areas and to establish a mitigation bank in lieu fee and permittee responsible mitigation program to offset development impacts to shrub steppe habitat countywide. After staff's review of this application, along with balancing the goals and policies of the comprehensive plan, staff recommended approval without modifications of the Unified Development Code amendment application. At their open record hearing held on October the 2nd, 2024, the Planning Commission considered the staff report and application materials and voted to recommend to approve with modifications this Unified Development Code amendment. And let's see. How many findings of fact, because this one was
8.
Yeah, it's 8 findings of fact in the affirmative.
And Jim, if we follow the modifications of the planning commission, they're recommending shrub steppe critical areas a 1-to-1, which is actually illegal. So, because we'd be losing a portion of it, so it needs to be 2-to-1.
Yeah.
Or there's a chart.
Yeah. So they, their modifications are listed on page 2, at the top of page 2.
I don't know why, I really do like the modification, so. It'll be kicked back. Any comments from the commissioners?
I got a comment.
Okay, in just a minute, we'll get to you.
Oh, okay.
Any from the board?
Not yet.
Okay, public comment if you want to come to the,
This guy here was talking about a energy crisis. What's an energy crisis, Bo?
would you like to state your name and,
Christopher Allen Sharp. What is this energy crisis that you talk about?
Like delivery of power in the county? Or we don't have a.
I live down at Grand Coulee Dam, and I don't think we've got a problem. And I think we ship this electricity all over along with the water. And I think you're just a salesman for PUD. That's what you're doing, now. You work for PUD?
Nope, I work for Grant County.
I will confirm that we have a large industry that would like to come into District 3. And we don't, I guess, have a power shortage, we have a power delivery problem. So in order, they're gonna use more,
Solar.
power.
They're gonna put some solar in the cornfield so they have more power to distribute to other states that maybe ought to be making their own. I agree with that guy down there. Y'all better pay attention now.
Okay, well, thank you. Mr.
You're
Allen.
welcome. Thank you.
Any other public comment? Do we have any public comment online? For the critical areas and cultural resource land?
I do, sorry, just here's again, clarification. Are you going to say what the proposed changes are? You guys have probably said all that. Fees to reflect proposed changes in the general mitigation requirements and Fish and Wildlife Habitat Conservation Division to establish a mitigation bank.
Embedded into the audience to come.
So that would just be my question. I don't really understand what that means.
Okay, so I discovered this in Grove City area, somebody wanted to take some shrub step sagebrush area, convert it into like 1 acre residential, 1 to 2 acre residential. They found out that they couldn't do this because it was in shrub step, sagebrush. So then they've got to take some ground off-site and move it, I think 2 acres. So every acre that they were disturbing, they had to find 2 acres off-site to protect that, so it's protected. So this is new to us. Not everybody has another farm or acres that they can take. You know, if you want to put a development here, you can move this over to another farm. Most people don't. So if you're gonna build a house out in sagebrush, you're gonna disturb a half acre, so you need to find a half acre. This will allow, with this banking, that you can pay into it instead of finding ground yourself, but pay into it so that you can disturb that sagebrush. It's Fish and Wildlife. I don't like it, but we have to follow it, and it's, our legislatures are kind of just discovering this as well, but it was probably 2 or 3 years ago we discovered this, and it hasn't been fun.
So, but just putting money into a bank, that doesn't necessarily, how does that replace if they're trying to protect it?
They will actually have shrub step ground that they can increase in size. They will be kind of the bank of it, and so they can increase it, get a higher quality of shrub step. Maybe you have I think they have different, like a 1, 2, or a 3 value, so kind of enhance the shrub steps that is currently in a kind of a shrub step habitat to make it better.
Is that on public lands then?
Private lands,
So that there would be people that would be
being paid to place their.
blind. I see.
Yeah.
Conservation.
Similar.
Conservation.
Yep, thank you.
I'd like to add a couple comments, if I could, Madam Chair. By the way, Jim, I want to apologize for not jumping in there and stopping the comments here because it was totally off topic. And I felt like he came after you, and I apologize for stopping that. I appreciate your ability to answer him with cordiality and professionalism. And though I may agree with some of what he has to say, it was off topic and not on this topic. Right? And I want to just just say that and apologize. This is a topic that's of extreme importance to me because I've served on the WISB board here in the state to try to recover shrub step ground
Danny,
after
can
the
you
fires.
let us know what WISRI is?
WISB is the Washington Shrub Step Restoration Initiative. And it came after the great fires of Labor Day weekend in 2000 or 2001. And in the course of this, I've asked a lot of questions about shrub step because there is a concerted effort to really push back against the development of anything in shrub step. And I've asked questions all along as to, well, how much is enough to preserve? Because I have shrub step on my farm that I wouldn't farm. It's just unfarmable, right? But it's great habitat. It's great habitat for deer, grouse, pheasants, whatever. With one of the things that I want to move forward or push for as an initiative is that we have thousands of acres of shrub step that are in federal hands or state hands, but we can't include them in our shrub step mitigation bank. And I really feel that they should be willing to say, you know, this 600 acres right along Banks Lake between the highway and the lake itself, it's never going to be developed. We're not going to do anything with it. I'd love for the Bureau of Reclamation to say, yeah, we can put that into this mitigation bank because we want to develop some other areas of the county. And what we're going to be doing with this is finding parcels of land, a mitigation bank, finding parcels of shrub step that we can improve and work on so that others can develop instead of these crazy patchworks of, you know, Bob builds his house on his 5 acres, but he has to mitigate half of it and leave it in shrub step because that's the rule, right, on site. And this way he could develop more of that, but pay into another purchase of ground that patch he's got there is not a thoroughfare for the migration of any deer or muleys or whitetail or whatever they are. They're not moving through this patchwork of this in residential areas for the most part, though we do see them there, right? Sure. The traversing of these animals in our county are in the main thoroughfares along the river and along Banks Lake and in areas where there's contiguous shrub step. And I think that Harold, if he's still online, would just vouch for this, that we want to find areas that we can help keep that and also allow the development like Commissioner Carter was talking about instead of having these little patchwork mitigations all over the county. And so it's a difficult, we're trying
I would be happy to comment because it's more than just, well, a couple facts. 75% of the sage ground in Grant County is covered with invasives and very low quality. So the mitigation bank actually would allow us to do a couple things that are very important. Number one, just as the commissioner was saying, we need to establish corridors. But more than that, we need to extend or expand on the land that is in prime habitat right now and basically has not been compromised. So part of the mitigation bank allows us to find those areas and use tools that are available to us to expand on those areas, because it doesn't make a lot of sense to mitigate for very few acres and then go out in the middle of nowhere and establish additional habitat on 100 acres that's completely surrounded by things that are of low quality. So it gives us that option to use science to drive the process and put it in areas that makes most sense, that are most cost effective and most beneficial. So there's a lot more background that goes into this, but we've had a lot of discussions on the importance of continuity and expanding on areas. And I think I kind of agree with the commissioner. If we had access to state lands and federal that were contiguous to those areas, would be most beneficial. And I think we have the ear of those individuals that would be willing to work with us on taking some of that land and putting into habitat too. So I think we've really gone through a pretty rigorous scientific evaluation of this, and I think we're headed in on the right path with this. So thank you for allowing me to comment on that.
Thank you, Harold.
Once again, Harold is with the Columbia Basin Conservation District. Quite a resource of information. He's a long time. I wonder if you have any comments, Chris, on this, because you spent a long time working on this mitigation bank and with these groups of people from DNR to wildlife to conservation district.
Yeah, certainly, Mr. Chair, or Commissioner, thank you, and Madam Chair. Yeah, as you well know, the board, kind of gave our head nod on this. When I first came to the county, I didn't know what shrub step was. I was a fire building official for Arizona, and we called them weeds, and we got rid of them due to fire hazard, right? So I was learning just as everybody else was learning, but what we did, Jim and myself learned right off the get-go, was the developers needed some options rather than just this patchwork preservation. That wouldn't mean anything in 100 years from now. So we appreciate the board's support. We started up the technical advisory committee or the stakeholder working group 2.5 years ago. So this project's been going on for 2.5 years. And we had a lot of great intelligent people at the table, including Harold and Commissioner Stone and WDFW. And to be quite honest, Jim and I were about at the end of our rope with this thing and figured there's no way it's going to happen. And then we decided out of the clear blue, let's do an RFP and see if there's some interest and some viability in this program. And Ardura was a successful consultant that took this on, and it's just a tremendous amount of effort that's going to provide not one option for our customers, but 4 options, and not only just 4 options for our customers, but viable options to have that core connectivity and have a restoration program. So if a wildfire wipes out a portion of the bank, for instance, we'd have mitigation monies that in lieu fee money now would be a bank that we could use for a restoration project that the county could do. So it started small and it's worked very big, and we're proud to be at this stage of the game.
Yeah, thank you for your help. It's been hard. And those that have wanted to develop their ground and have been told they can't, or it's been extremely expensive and cumbersome. So it's a solution for this.
Well, and there's been a lot of conflict involved in it because the same people doing your habitat assessment are trying to sell you the ground. So this is, I think, the best way forward.
I'd also like to say that I'm a strong property rights person. Property rights, I feel strongly about that. And some people feel like some people have voiced a concern that, this is like taking property rights. And I'm going, we're trying to provide opportunities so they can use their property the way they want to. And so some of these rules we're following with the GMA, we've talked about that multiple times. You got to figure out the workarounds to give people the best opportunity to use their property the way they want to. And so in this situation, I feel strongly about that. I'll be voting in favor of it myself without modifications.
It's the same thing. If we're mandated to protect resource lands, agricultural lands, we're also mandated to protect critical areas. It's exactly the same thing. So this is just a tool. I wish we had the tool for your ag lands, but this is a tool, a workaround for the protection of critical areas. Unfortunately, the rules of engagement.
And hopefully with this bank, we are able to purchase from the Bureau, DNR, Fish and Wildlife, potentially for our habitat in the future along the bluffs.
For me, even if it's not purchased, Commissioner Jones, or just to get them to open up the possibility of allowing their land to be used in a mitigation.
Is there any other public comments? Any public comments online?
Kirsten Hitz again. Who pays for that?
The developer, for the landowner.
Okay.
Okay, any other comments? Yeah, I'm
I'd
looking
like to
for,
make a motion to deny the recommendation of the planning commission and approve without modifications the subject Unified Development Code Amendment Application File Number P 240246, amending Article 2 and Article 4 of the Grant County Unified Development Code, Chapter 24.08, Critical Areas and Cultural Resource Lands, Chapter 2502, Definitions, and Chapter 25.24, Mitigation Requirements and Impact Fees to reflect proposed changes in the general mitigation requirements and fish and wildlife habitat conservation areas, and to establish a mitigation bank in lieu of fee and permittee responsible mitigation program to offset development impacts to shrub steppe habitat.
Second.
there's been a motion and a second to deny the motion, recommending the planning commission to go ahead and follow the recommendation of the planning department without modifications. Any discussion?
Just if I had my way, Madam Chair, it would be called sage steppe or sagebrush. That's what I grew up on, not this shrub steppe. I don't know where they got that.
Any other comments? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
The recommendation was to follow the planning department without modifications. Moving to our very last one.
Thank you too for all the work.
Being a 18, Big River Movement.
Okay, last one, file number P 240255 and P 240256. The applicant is Big River Vineyards LLC and their agent is GAG Planning LLC in Gil Alvarado. This is a site-specific land use redesignation and rezone, requesting 283.38 acres of the subject parcels be redesignated from rural lands, rural residential 1 to rural resource lands, rural resource, along with an application for a rezone from rural residential 1 to rural resource. The proposed site is comprised of 2 parcels totaling, like I said, approximately 283.38 acres. The site is located north of Road 13 Northwest between Road M.5 Northwest and Adams Road in Quincy, Washington. Parcel numbers 15-1224000 and 15-1221005. After staff's review of the application, staff recommended approval of this land use redesignation to the Planning Commission, and at their open record public hearing held on October the 9th, the Planning Commission considered the staff report and application materials for both the comprehensive plan change and the zoning change, and recommend approval to the Board of County Commissioners.
Any questions for Jim?
I'd like to reserve opportunity to question later.
Does the public have any comment? Just a minute, Gil. I've got somebody in the room, and then I'll go to you, Gil. Do you want to come to
Thank
that?
you.
Sorry, Gil.
No worries.
I'm Tim Moore, 13996 Martin Road, Northwest Quincy. So a few of us here represent a little over 50 people, residents, property owners surrounding the said property on 3 sides. So there's a lot of nice homes. This down zone, in our mind, would kind of open this up for maybe a little more industrial uses instead of residential. We have families, we have little ranchettes. It's nice. It's becoming a nice community, and us together as a group are kind of worried this may turn into something. Let's just say the elephant in the room, the solar panels. We're kind of concerned about that. Which would reduce property values. At any rate, I know we're on limited time here, but We have a mutual, or several chat rooms going on, and it's unfortunate that timing, we couldn't get a whole lot of people here, but I would entertain any questions if, no, that's about it.
And I'll refer to Jim, would this allow the land redesignation? It sounded like it was done in air is what happened. Would it allow?
Yeah, one of the allowed uses would be solar in that designation.
Just more curious to follow up your question.
Yeah, and that's what we've been hearing, so that's raises a red flag for us and concerns.
And typically when the commissioners vote, we don't get to know what the outcome is, whether it's a
Sure.
holiday in or, you
Sure.
know, we're just looking at, does this fall within the scope of, you know, the landowner requesting?
Right. And there again, you know, with it surrounded with residential on three sides, it seems out of place for us. And there again, we're concerned what it could possibly do. We have a little over 100 acres right across M.5 to the west. And we have one home that's almost completed up there right now, beautiful home, and the owner is here today. We have 3 more that we're gonna start. I've got 2 pending sales. They're kind of waiting on this decision right here. So that could adversely affect us. So anyway, thank you.
Well, thank you. Jim, it looks like we received a letter from Big River Vineyard that for whatever reason, the 2 parcels were rezoned a few years ago by the Grant County from rural resource to rural residential without any request, input, or knowledge from the Jones family who owns the Big River Vineyard. Is that true?
That is inaccurate. So there's the other map that I distributed. That is a map. Yep, that is a map that came from the 2018 countywide agricultural lands analysis, and I've circled in red the dividing line, and that line is Adams Road. And while Mr. Jones Vineyard, Big River Vineyard is accurate, the parcels on the east side of Adams Road were redesignated during that event to rural remote. The parcels on the west side of Adams Road have always had the designation of RR1. So I just think maybe they recall that the other parcels were redesignated at some point in time, and that did occur in 2018 during that countywide ag analysis, where we removed 96,000 acres of ag up on Beasley and took it to rural resource at that dividing line. They just so happened to own four parcels right there, divided by Adams Road.
Okay. Any comments in the audience?
Jeremy McCrary, live close to Tim, 13141 Road 13, Northwest Quincy. So I don't know if you guys have to deal with permitting with solar or whatnot, but so Big River's already, I was told by Hawthorne, they already got their permits just 2 weeks ago, maybe 3 weeks ago. And that would be everything.
For what, sir?
Solar, sorry. So everything east of Adams Road, if you could take a look at it with your eye, I mean, you can see grazed land, open space where a lot of solar is going in for tens of thousands of acres. That piece is, I just go back to like where Quincy, where it's really tough to find rural residential property. And with this one being 3 sides covered with rural residential property, we just don't really have a lot. So I think it's weird that we're wanting to take away rural residential property when it's just so hard to find there. We just don't have a lot of it. And I think it's just gonna be, just for, you guys probably know this, but it's just gonna be a ripple effect it's gonna be thousands of all that yellow property is gonna go all into something other than rural residential. And yeah, I mean, at the planning commission meeting, probably had 30 people here and everybody was pretty worked up over everything, just because it's been rural residential for so long and everybody's built brand new homes and, I mean, a lot of sad stories, but they're just concerned that we're just gonna get surrounded by something we don't want. And from my point of view, doing real estate, I think we need to have more rural residential property. Anybody who's from Quincy knows that we need a lot of homes. It's nothing like Ephrata or Moses Lake. You got a lot of little areas you can have 1 acre, 2 acre, 3 acre. Quincy, we ain't got nothing unless you own a farm. We don't have anything that you can build on. And yeah, so thanks.
Okay, thank you. Any other public comment?
Chris Roundley, 14194 Road 11, Northwest Quincy, Washington. I just want to reiterate what Jeremy was saying. Our house was bought off a family farm, and it took us over a year to find a piece of property. And the property we found, was a great piece, and now it's being changed from urban to industrial, and that's exactly what we left. And now we're going to be facing the same thing, and it is tough to find property. I'm not looking for an exuberant amount, 1 acre. That's tough. It's either 5 or 10. So we had to go backwards in this piece of land here, this ground. It'll be tough I hear it's tougher to go. It's easy to go from upgrading to downgrade, but to upgrade is difficult. And yeah, so I just wanted to say some words.
Okay, thank you. Any other public comment? Gil, your hand is up. Would you like to comment?
Yes, I would. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
I don't know what happened on the previous one, but I'm glad I'm in.
Oh, that was probably me. I forgot to come back to you, Gil. I am so sorry.
That's okay. Not a problem.
Your hand again.
You made a motion to approve that other one, so no big.
Thank goodness.
Yeah. So again, Chair and Honorable Commissioners, Gil Alvarado, P.O. Box 260, Moses Lake, Washington 99837. I am the agent for the property owner. I think really all I want to add to the discussion is that it was clear during the Planning Commission, the commission understood this is a non-project action. It's just a land use matter. I know there are folks who feel that there was a permit or permitting for solar or other things, and that's not the case. This is just setting the table for various types of uses within that zone. There is no application at all. This is just, again, a non-project action. And I guess with that, I have a question for you, Jim. I don't know if it was Tim that mentioned solar, and I think the response was that it would be allowed in the zone. It would not be an outright permitted use, correct? It would be a conditional use permit?
Yeah, you're right, Gil. It's not allowed outright. It is conditional use.
Okay. And again, I'm not sure what the owners are going to do. Is there discussion amongst people in that neighborhood about solar? Yes, because there are other solar projects in the area. And I would not be upfront and honest about that. I've seen some of the ones in the area. The task at hand for me from the ownership was to look at basically a down zone and any potential land uses that could be permitted outright or through a conditional use permit. That was kind of my task at hand. I think the letter also that was provided, I did see a copy of that, and I did forward a copy to Jim. I did see that the Big River did include in their letter that their intention was never to really keep this as residential. I know there was also comment during the planning commission meeting about the vineyard. And I have to tell you that I represent other folks who are in that industry. And if anybody read the Rob report earlier this year, the wine industry is not doing well. And so that was, I think, part of the impetus of looking at what other uses could possibly locate where that vineyard is at. And again, I think for most of you folks who are in the ag industry or are in tune with that, grapes are not doing well. Wine grapes, the wine industry is not doing well. Anyhow, I would answer any questions you might have.
Okay. Thank you, Gil, and again, I'm very sorry I didn't come back to you on the last hearing.
That's okay.
Raise two hands next time, I'll try to look better.
I'll put two hands up.
Any other comment?
Am I allowed to ask a question?
Yeah. Again,
Do I need to say my name?
Yes.
Jeremy McCreary. So hypothetically, if there is already a solar farm going in, and you said something about a conditional use permit, if they're already approved or they get approved or whatever, would they have to apply for a new conditional permit to use that property, or could they tie it all into the same project?
Well, it depends on the applicant. So if it's, you had stated Hawthorne.
Yeah, that's just one of them. There's another one too. I forgot the name.
So it would be, any conditional use permit, I know there's been a lot of discussion about conditional use permits, so this is boring information, but any conditional use permit that scales the CUP by more than 25% is a brand new conditional use permit. So chances are bringing in properties of this scale,
so
I'm assuming that
so if it's 1,000 acres going east, that would be, they wouldn't, or say it's 2,000 acres, they wouldn't need to get another conditional use
It sounds like
permit.
they would. It sounds like they would exceed the 25%.
Okay.
And so that would be a new conditional use permit. And then there's a thing called cumulative impact that you have to take into consideration as well. So there'd be a lot of considerations before that thing is just approved. And there's significant cultural resource concerns along that corridor as well. So nothing's a guaranteed approval.
Okay, but just so I'm clear, if everything east going there is, say, 2,000 acres going in, they would or wouldn't have to get a conditional use permit?
Everybody needs a conditional use permit, but if it's the same proponent east, and then for whatever reason, this was in addition to that proponent, chances are that would exceed the 25% threshold, and it would be required to be a new conditional use permit.
Unless it was.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So do you have a question on I know we're not supposed to be looking at impacts on the transition, after the rezone or the redesignation. But just because there's been concern with the audience, and I always like to take everything into account. If there was an additional conditional use permit on this parcel, does the public have, the neighbors have an opportunity to, the public input on this? At the time, if something were to come that.
Yeah, on all conditional use permits, there's public participation in all conditional use permits. And so, for example, we have one that's being reviewed currently in the Quincy area, and we sent out public notice in a 5-mile radius. 872 mail outs went out, and a 30-day comment period. So we went above and beyond. 22 intersections you posted. So we sent out word. So we would like to think that we went above and beyond in that instance to make sure that the public was notified and had an opportunity to provide comment. And we're not going to stop doing that.
Okay, so we'll continue that. So there would be an opportunity if there was a land use that the neighbors did not want to do, that they would have an opportunity to comment on.
Absolutely.
And again, and I appreciate everybody coming to these, but we are not as commissioners able to look at something that could happen later on. We're just looking at this redesignation that follows the law, the landowner following the recommendations of the planning and the planning commission, the planning department, and following the laws of the land. That's kind of what we act on.
But
Can I ask a question about that?
from my perspective a little bit, and Chris and I and Jim and I, we've talked about this a lot in meetings, is Grant County and certain cities in Grant County have done a bad job of spot zoning throughout the county. This is kind of like a spot zone. This is looking at the zoning map in that area. This is one of the best block zonings that we really have. It's not all over the place. It's actually just a set block is, popping in those two squares there. And then it becomes a spot zone that we kind of already talk about in Moses Lake area. This is not my district. I'm not overly familiar with this area. But in Moses Lake, we have areas where spot zoning is the worst and you're not able to do anything in those zones and they've all just been distorted. This one is just a nice block. And if you take those two out of there, I guess I'm kind of just confused on why staff would be supportive of that when that's kind of what we're trying to do in our 25 analysis is to get contiguous zonings.
And that's the letter that was put forward by Big River, was interesting because it caused us this morning to look at the statements of fact in this letter and then go to the 2018 Ag Lands analysis and it caused us to realize that that's how that came to be. The delineation of Adams, everything to the east of Adams that, came out of Ag, it actually came out of Ag dry land and went into rural resource in 2018. And so
rural residential?
No, everything to the east and to the north went to rural resource out of ag rangeland. That's exactly what we're attempting to do in this upcoming analysis. So that's not to say that we wouldn't look at that in 2025 and not maybe come to the same conclusion. That's not a guarantee that we would or would not. But at first, when we first got this letter, it was without their knowledge, they claim. We thought that's exactly what happened. Is that this was part of an ag analysis, and it's in production. Although I know it doesn't have water, I do know that they've been having difficulty irrigating that piece. So maybe that's what happened. Is that it came out of ag and went into RR1. I don't know, but on the staff has to review on the merits of the application. We don't get to have an opinion. It's on the merits of the application. And on the merits of the application, there was claim to, some water concerns and some development concerns and everything that they stated in this letter here. So that's why we put forward a recommendation to approve, because there wasn't a recommendation necessarily to deny. When we laid it in front of the commissioners at the very onset of this annual docket, there wasn't a recommendation to.
You mean the commissioners and the planning commissioners?
The three of you, the three of you. It was something that we decided to move forward because we did have the opportunity to not do that. So again, but Commissioner Jones, your comments are valid. It does make a lot of sense when you look at it through that lens.
Also, if you've expanded out,
Say your name.
Jeremy McCurry. If you zoom out, it's a perfect rectangle, and I'm still a little confused, because that's been, and maybe I'm not understanding terminology, but it's been rural residential where you can subdivide into 5 acre lots since whenever that happened, early 2000s, whenever the heck that was.
And we confirmed that. I mean, I went back to 2017 and confirmed that it was rural residential. It's the Jones, they remember their parcels being redesignated without their knowledge, and that did occur on 2 parcels on the east side of Adams Road, not the 2 parcels that are subject to review today.
Yeah. Yeah, if you expand the map out, you can see the perfect rectangle.
Yeah, this is a
It's fun text.
screenshot.
Zoned.
Oh, you can't do it, never mind.
Okay, any other comments? Any comments online? I'm looking for motion.
I have some questions. Jim or Chris, I'm not really either one. What uses, can you remind me as far as RR1 versus resource land as rural resource?
I'm gonna give you 10 more minutes.
What can they be used for? Is that in this document here anywhere?
I didn't put the use tables in there. That would have taken up more space than it already did. But it.
I understand that in that rural resource,
Here's some way you can see.
rural resource land is rural resource. We know solar can go in there. They can farm there.
Mhm.
They can
Recreational, there's recreational uses that,
put in a tire factory.
nope,
Well, I mean,
yeah. Will you pull up
yeah.
tables?
While you're doing that, my second question is, has there been any inquiry, or maybe it's inappropriate to talk about it? Because I happen to think that you guys have to work on the merits of the application. I get to have some opinion. And so I would disagree with slightly my seatmate here on that. Have there been applications or conversations about potential applications for solar on this piece of property? Can I ask that question?
You can. I wouldn't know. They would start with Jim's team, so I can let him answer it.
On this piece of property, have there?
Been any inquiries about that potential use of the land by the proponents or the owners? Or any company, any solar company?
There has been an inquiry, yes. There has been an inquiry, and there's active conversations on parcels to the east, although those two are not the same.
Okay. But there's been inquiries about that two parcels.
That is correct.
Okay. So the folks in the neighborhood have heard rumors that have some validity.
Yeah, I think that there are parcels to the east that are under contract.
So they're no longer rumors. They're gonna build solar panels all over your place.
But that doesn't mean that they're going to get a permit to do that.
I understand that, Jim. I understand that. But that possibility is there because they made the inquiry, so the rumors that they're hearing have some validity.
We have a public comment.
My name's Lyle Floyd from Electric City, and just to help you out and clarify it, those are no longer rumors, Danny. You've just got clarification from this gentleman, and all these people heard it too, that they're planning on building solar farms all around their houses. And this gentleman here confirmed it just seconds ago. Just seconds ago. Thank you.
Obviously, there was a lot of comment in the planning commission about this. And I feel strongly that these citizens have a right to be concerned that their property value is gonna go down. They're building their dream homes. We've not set the setbacks that we approved 2 years ago, I did not approve of, they were too short. We're talking about 100 feet setbacks. Who with their dream home wants a solar panel within 100 feet of their dream home? I understand your concerns, and I personally will be voting no on this, and I will make a proposal for it to be voted on no, because I think you guys have valid concerns, and I think it's an opportunity for us to say no.
I'm trying to listen, man.
Any other
I'm giving
comments?
an ethics class and a morals class and a civics class to a 15-year-old girl.
Any comments, online? Okay, looking for a motion.
I'd like to make a motion to deny the recommendation of the planning commission and deny the subject designation of file P 240255 from rural lands to rural residential 1 to resource lands, rural resource. And I would find the findings of fact in the negative.
For a second.
I'll second.
There's been a motion and a second to deny the parcel. Any discussion?
Yes, so for me, I probably would have chose the motion as I did on the other one to remand the application to the planning commission to go through this more in depth during the land analysis, just to see that. I know that we've talked about that a lot for the last year and a half, and we're designating a ton of money to do a very in-depth analysis so that the future for the county can make a little better sense. So that's kind of where I'm at on that one. I can't say I necessarily agree with approval or denial on either one. I would like it to be able to go through the analysis. I don't like the spot zoning anywhere, really, so.
So I think our option would be to, when we vote, it would be a no, and then you can make another motion to remand the application to the planning commission, I believe.
I'd like to speak to my motion, Chair.
Danny? Commissioner Stone?
Rob, I think that your lands analysis was pretty good, actually, and I think that it's still gonna get analyzed. It's gonna be a part of the lands analysis, and I think it come back again with another application in the future. But you know, my thoughts are that this is not gonna come in on the lands analysis. It's gonna stay where it is, because I think they did the designation appropriately the first time. You saw how the line was, along Adams Road. They definitely made a designation, and so in support of my motion, I would ask you to vote yes.
My concern with that, Commissioner, is the cost that goes into any time you're going to go through this process. If it's remanded, it can be looked at during next year, and the same application would be valid. Is that correct?
That's correct.
That would be my reason for that. When do we estimate of that analysis being completed? 25 would seem pretty ambitious even. It'd be more likely that it would be applicable in 26.
Well, it's slated to begin in 2025. The timeline is, is gonna be dependent on what is uncovered during the initial analysis. So we've slated the entire 2025. The docket cycle would start back up again at the end of June, July.
So it wouldn't be done in time.
Would not.
For a reapplication, we would, or a remand.
Right.
June, just in case you want.
Be safer to say it would be evident for a 2026.
However, if remanded, we could make a decision at that time after discussing it further, potentially.
Okay, so again, we probably need to deny this, to remand it.
Yeah, I don't know if you can remand something for 2 years. It might not be appropriate.
Looking for direction.
Okay, so there's been a motion to deny. There's been a motion and second. Any discussion? All in favor to deny the parcel?
Aye.
Those opposed? Say nay. Nay.
Nay.
Okay, so it's not denied, so it's still on the table. So I'm looking for a motion to remand the application to the planning commission or approve.
Yes, I move to remand the application to the planning commission for further proceedings.
Is there a second? I'll second. There's been a motion and a second to remand the application to the planning commission. Any discussion?
I would just say that, Chris, I understand your point of if it potentially went out a couple of years. However, I was kind of unsettled on either on that one, kind of like I was on the previous spot zone change.
There's been a motion and a second to remand. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Nay.
There's been, it has been approved to remand the application to the planning commission for review. And that concludes our hearing. So because we have some remanded,
Did you make the motion on the zone too? Do we make two motions?
Do you need two motions on that one if you're remanding?
let's go ahead and do that. Is there a motion to remand the zone?
So moved.
Second, there's been a motion and a second to remand the zone application. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed by nay.
Nay.
It's 2-1. So the motion to remand it to zone also goes to the planning department, and we have public comment. Do we go ahead and close public comment and adopt this as a whole? What do we do?
Make a motion to close public comment on this hearing.
Second.
Is there a motion and a second to close the public comment for our 2024 comp plan amendments? Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Public comment has been closed on this hearing. I need a motion to adopt the comp plan amendments, the entirety of it.
Just a point of order, Madam Chair. We approve each one of them individually. Is it really necessary to have a blanket approval? I don't.
Danny, I really don't know, but for 17 years, except for this year, we've approved the whole entire thing. So we don't have to, but I always have. So what's my rule?
Have you had some remanded before? How are we gonna do this?
No, we haven't had it remanded, but it would be whatever decisions were made that were, I think we just close out our hearing as they're remanded or still. This would be discussion.
So I'll make a motion to close this hearing with a statement that the motions that we did were authoritative. I don't know what exactly we're asking for, but.
Well, Danny, if you don't feel like we need to, is Barb online? We all. Chris? Okay, I guess we don't need to. Okay, with that, at 4:03, that concludes our comp plan amendments, and thank you for. Thank you for joining us, and Jim and Chris, thank you for putting this little Bible together for us to read.
Just we were connected.
We're off the record.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioners.